did you notice how many people devote an amazing amount of work into the OpenSimulator software? Here, I'll go ahead and give you the link for the video. I'll put it in the text chat for you so you can take a quick look. Here's another, excuse me, that was the Hypergrid business link. Here's the video. Now this visualization depicts the 181 contributors who have contributed more than 500,000 lines of code through the years. The equivalent is 134 years of human effort. We are thankful for our core developers. Now I will moderate this core developer spotlight, and I'd like to introduce the folks who have made this possible. Krista Lopez is with the University of California at Irvine, and she's a professor and an OpenSimulator core developer. You may best know her as Diva Cantro. Melanie Milland has been an active contributor to the virtual world software in general and the OpenSimulator in particular. She's been involved with many virtual world projects, including creating a team of up to 12 developers and her own spin on Avanation Grid. Yubit Umarov is an OpenSimulator core developer and the lead core developer for the current project since 2012. He was instrumental in coding and implementing into the OpenSimulator codebase many of the updates that were part of the OpenSimulator 0.9 and 0.91 updates, and he's currently developing many upcoming releases. In fact, we're going to talk about 0.9.2 today, as well as the future. And then Kevin Cozen's Andrew Hellershanks is an OpenSimulator core developer, and he's been a member of the team since March 2014. He created or maintains several add-on modules, including the OpenSim Search and the OpenSim Profile modules. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for more info, speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. We've only hit the highlights here this morning so we can get to our talk. The conference is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you can share them here in World and local chat or send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Well, let's open with the new release and then move into our discussion of the future. Ubit, for OpenSimulator 0.9.2, please tell us about this new release.
Hello, everyone. Glad to see you all. Yeah, last Sunday we finally release our new version, the 0.9.2.0. And it has a lot of changes, almost 2 years of little incremental improvements. I think the main feature we can highlight on this version is the support for the new regions environment that is required for new viewers. That changes how our regions look. For example, the moon can now move in an independent way relative to the sun. Then, well, a lot of changes that you can see in our release notes in this link. That's about it.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. I mean, you make it sound so easy, and yet I recall you working on those fixes and improvements, so we appreciate it. And it's running now on OS Grid, isn't it?
Yes, OS Grid is always running, or at least its main regions is always on our development code. In fact, it's already in version 0.921 development branch. Okay, I already had a little change to the code, so the release is already a bit outdated. Okay.
Well, that's what's so great about this is it's constantly in an improvement cycle and with new releases planned. So, Melanie, you know, there's been a lot of hype about the metaverse here lately. Almost every company seems to be coming out with a metaverse product or trying to position themselves to take some of the action. And I was wondering if you had some thoughts about, what are the opportunities and new capabilities that you see rising from the interest in the metaverse?
I see definitely that there's development going on that we may be able to leverage, especially in terms of finally maybe breaking away from the Second Life viewer and using one of the viewers for one of the other projects for ourselves as well. Of course, the metaverse has become very much interesting for many different business interests, because of the pandemic, because it's a way to combat loneliness and get people together without spreading anything evil. So that is where I see a chance for OpenSimulator to position ourselves as the grid software of choice for companies who are too small to develop their own. And I believe we should potentially even proactively contact companies from which we hear that they're looking to have a metaverse, but we know they're not actually metaverse developers. At the moment, though, I'm not really contributing to the code base of OpenSimulator because I'm actually actively working on OS Grid, the grid itself, with yet again a new asset system, because it always keeps breaching the boundaries, so to speak, and every few years it just needs to be renewed. So this is something that's also going to benefit larger virtual worlds as companies potentially decide to use OpenSimulator.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, let's face it, we need our worlds working as well as our software, so we appreciate your support. So, Krista, what do we need for the future? I mean, whether you want to think about the metaverse or you want to think about your original goals when you contributed to the software for strengthening meetings, for increasing socialization, and for making it easier to do this worldwide, what do you see coming in the future?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Laura. So, this whole sudden attention to the metaverse was kind of an interesting, surprising twist recently. I don't really know what to think about it. It seems like there's a lot of venture capitalists right now with a lot of money, very interested in technology that they know nothing about, which can be an interesting opportunity for people who have been working in this space for many years, as Melanie said. And people have been discovering OpenSimulator. That much I can tell you. Yesterday I was asked by a journalist what I thought about the metaverse and whether OpenSimulator might be the technology for it. And my answer was that whatever companies are trying to create the metaverse in proprietary platforms is just not going to be it for sure. I mean, we've been having closed worlds in gaming, for example, for a very long time, and that's not the metaverse. Those are interesting environments, but that's definitely not the metaverse. And so if people are serious about creating a metaverse, then they need to be serious about creating some sort of interoperability protocol for letting people visit these different virtual environments, and that's where the hypergrid comes in, I guess, or something like the hypergrid. So either the hypergrid or something like it will, I think, be an essential key ingredient. Of course, this also connects with things like blockchain, which honestly I don't really understand, and it seems really weird, but maybe I don't know enough about it. Seems like an interesting approach to protect assets, but without really protection, just sort of as a honor basis, like I paid some money for that thing, therefore please don't copy it. Or something like that. Maybe one of you can explain to me better how that thing is supposed to work technically. But in terms of applications, I am still as excited as I was 10 years ago. That I actually, during the pandemic, I have been using OpenSim quite a bit, including in one of my courses. It's a course on introduction to computers, and I developed a bunch of simulations of computing machines and the internet and stuff like that. And so I have groups of 150 students on a grid similar to this one here, OSCC, that they do all their projects in this virtual environment. That has been working pretty well, actually. So yeah, I'm quite excited about the future. Don't know exactly what it is, but there's some excitement ahead.
Oh, that's wonderful. And like you, I've been doing the same on a Lobo grid for education. So Kevin, speaking of this notion of an open world, now the question is how would we fund future development so we can encourage more growth, whether it's an OpenSimulator or whatever OpenSimulator evolves into? Have you thought about decentralized autonomous organization styles or other kinds of funding models?
That's not really an area that I've been thinking too much about. Say I haven't really been involved at all in any kind of financial
sure,
relating to the project.
Well,
and by
what
the
about
way,
the future? Yeah, go ahead and talk about the future then, where you see OpenSimulator going.
Well, definitely seeing it seems to be used more and more on the educational side. I'm working with a few people on another grid, and they're presenting on Sunday. I know that they're looking at the educational field, including things like learning of languages, for example. So that's definitely, I think, an area that's going to be being used more often. And by the way, the UBIT kind of glossed over some of the changes in 09.2.0. One of the other big changes I think he didn't mention is that we now also have a new scripting engine called Y-Engine that makes a lot of improvements in script performance. I think a number of people will be interested in checking that out.
Oh, that's great. So that's part of the multiple scripting engines that we now have in the software. So, so what about OSSL functions? Are there any new ones there?
Yeah, there's been a few that have been added recently. The best place to do that, there's a list, if you go into the OpenSimulator.org website. I don't have the link at the moment handy, but we actually have a page where it lists all of the OSL functions that are supported, and yeah, okay, thanks, you bet. That's the link to the page, and the new functions will get flagged so that people can spot the stuff that's been recently added.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, Ubit, what would you like to see possible for the future of OpenSimulator? What do you need?
First, I need to find the unmute button. I think I found it. Oh, well, that's hard to say. There are still basic things that we need to improve a lot, because things that we are supposed to be doing, we are still not doing all that well, as you easily see. That goes from bad performance, a waste of CPU, waste of bandwidth, waste of things that need a revision on all the protocols we still use and the kind of code used. Then there is a big challenge, that is the evolution of the software we depend on, like the .NET framework that is changing in an incompatible way. The move to .NET 5 and now .NET 6 will cause us big problems to update our code, if you actually decide to do that. But the way the things are moving, we will be forced to do it, because it seems that the Mono, that is the platform we use to run OpenSim on Linux and other platforms, seems to be a dead end without any support anymore. So we have some challenges, and we will need a lot of, mainly the support of everyone. I think the support of people is the most important thing we can hope to have. Okay.
Thank you. And before you mute, one other thought, because you just reminded me. I know you've been working with the voice system and the collaboration with Vivox, which for now is remaining. But do you have any concerns about that for the future?
Yeah, I still see no solution. We have the project. The big news we are having is about the Echo Voice project that people is going to talk about it today. Liz and the AMA group. That's the most news we have on that area. We still have the old free switch model that kind of works, but does not satisfy. But also my main concern about this is that the requirement that this will bring in terms of high performance voice servers. Some grids already have problems in providing high performance servers for OpenSim alone. And now they will be facing the need to have also high performance servers for voice. That means very low latency machines, etc. Vivox was a very good solution because it completely fixed all that infrastructure problems. So actually, that's what my most concern is how will small grids provide and have that infrastructure and how to set up that infrastructure. Okay. So for the moment, I'm a bit pessimist about voice support in the future.
Well,
Okay.
I haven't even thought about it when I was asked to speak earlier, but I do have a solution. I've just recently dug out the source code again after the times that I needed to hold on to it have elapsed, and have taken a look at it, and it does look like it's not really that much work to make it work for OpenSim as a replacement for SL Voice. It's low latency, it is high throughput, it is 3D, and supports a channel naming scheme similar to Vivox's, so it should be relatively easy to use existing driver code to drive that backend in place of the Vivox one. So there is more to come.
Thank you, Melanie. That's great news. We appreciate it. So on that note, I want to thank the core developers for their support for past and present for OpenSimulator. You know, it's our favorite open source world, and we just love being in here. And I've been thankful. I can't imagine life without it. So as a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at https://conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. Following this session, the next session will begin at 7:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled Teaching Sustainability in an OS Virtual World. Now, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to you, the audience.
Good morning.
Oh, hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Teaching Sustainability in an OpenSim Virtual World. And our speaker today is Michalina Okiani, and aka Michelle Techland. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone.
Michalina is a middle school math and science teacher and the owner of the Techland, a virtual world for educational purposes based on OpenSimulator and the website www.virtualscience.it. She's a her speaker bio and details of the session and other sessions coming up today. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everybody, and let's begin the session. Michalina, I will turn it over to you.
Okay. Good morning. The project I'm going to show you is of georesources and a circular economy, the sustainability indicators such as water footprint, carbon footprint, and the Agenda 2030 and its state of art, and the sustainability city game is a sort of game of goose. In every
Uh-oh. You're breaking up, hon.
Make online game. sharing script the work .76% of right answers respect the sharing this is an issue that can be taken into account when we make experimentation with the virtual world. But apart of this, they enjoy a lot, and the teachers say it sì. Ok.
All right, Michelina, thank you so much. I'm so sorry for all of the technical difficulties. What we will do, guys, for everyone, we're going to re-record her audio with the slides, and we will put it up on the conference website for everyone to see later on, okay?
Okay.
So, Michelina, once again, thank you. I love the sustainability aspect.
Box.
I'm sorry, go ahead, what? All right. Well, as a reminder to our audience, you...
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I hope to see you tomorrow in my box.
Yeah, everybody definitely stop by her area and talk to her directly, because this is a really exciting thing that she's working on, and I think everybody will be inspired by it. So definitely take the time, stop by, and check it out. All right. Well, as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8 a.m. a little bit from now. And it's entitled The Old Dock Circa 1803 Reconstruction. So using OpenSimulator to reconstruct history, I cannot wait. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. So we're going to take a little break. We will be right back here at, I want to say 11, but it's actually 3 hours before for some people, so 8 a.m., and it's probably a different time for other people. So, but we'll be back here in about 15 minutes. How about that? All right, we'll see you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Old Dock, circa 1803, Early Stages of an Historic. Graham is a retired university academic with an amateur interest in the history of Liverpool. He uses OpenSim as an aid to better understanding issues of place and scale in historical contexts. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and a full schedule of today's events and tomorrow's. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag of #OSCC21. I want to welcome everyone, and let's begin the session. I turn it over to Graham. Graham, it's all yours.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? I hope you can. So this is a great pleasure to be here, and thanks once again to the conference organizers and also to the volunteers that help make this such a wonderful event every year. I'm here to talk to you about Liverpool, and that's Liverpool that you can see there on the screen in front of you. Huge amount of tidal variation in the Mersey estuary, something like 30 feet, which meant there were very fast currents. It was quite a dangerous place for ships to try and moor and unload, and the dock was an opportunity for them to come in, as it were, from that dangerous environment and unload in safety, and much more quickly than they would otherwise have been able to do. So it was a tremendous innovation brought about by the merchants of the town, who were predominant in the council at that moment. It was a big gamble on their part, but it paid off. For trade to Africa, exchanging them for slaves and taking those slaves over to the West Indies and beyond, and then returning from the West Indies with produce from there, typically things like sugar, rum, cotton, tobacco, back to Liverpool. And a tremendously lucrative trade, but unfortunately desperately sad for those people abducted from Africa and taken unwillingly to serve in plantations and lose their liberty. So what I'm interested in doing is integrating a whole range of different data sources, using OpenSim to bring them together to create a kind of living recreation of the dock as it was in 1803. Just 4 years before abolition, but still very active in the slave trade. So I've got a nice map of 1803, which fortunately has some some house numbers on, which means that I can relate it to the street directory of that year. I have a town guide. I have a limited amount of artwork. Something that I haven't used much today is the BMD data, birth, marriages and death, which is a way of identifying people who weren't Okay, so just to say that there are some so the aim here time. That's the start of the Napoleonic Wars. There was tremendous upheaval took place in Liverpool after a brief one-year cessation of conflict with France. And it had a big effect, obviously, on ocean-going vessels who were sometimes being acting as privateers themselves, but also being attacked by enemy privateers. So this is the first stage that I envisage building. Excellent builders will instantly recognize that this is a fairly scratch building, so it's unfinished, low build quality, and part of that's the sheer scale on which I'm building. This is a 400-meter long build, but it's also because I'm primarily focused on assimilating information at the moment. It's very much a work in progress. in those days anyway. Horwood is actually part of the story because he actually died in 1803. So we will potentially work him in at some stage. Okay, so I'm just going to sort of fast forward now and bring the so this is the build in a sort of hopefully slightly immersive form. You can see the estuary ahead of you, the gates. There would have been a bridge as well as the gates there. Just to the left of the gates is what was called an unfinished area. It was called Sailor Town. So this was the taverns where the sailors used to go and drink and otherwise enjoy themselves. It was also presumably where people were recruited for their next voyage. And typically people were probably too inebriated. The risks of going on a slaving voyage were almost as high for sailors as they were for the slaves. It was really a terrible experience for everyone concerned, apart possibly from the captains. On the other side, there was the Dock Harbour Master's office, as we'll see in a moment, top of Strand Street. And then we'll talk about the rest of it in a moment. Swinging round again, we can see some shops, some warehouses, houses belonging to merchants. This area is relatively under-documented apart from at the right-hand side, so it's quite difficult here. There are some unusual things. Slop sellers were people that were selling workwear clothes to sailors, these cheap clothes. Druggists basically selling what passed for pharmaceuticals in those days, obviously things like purgatives and what have you. There's also a drug warehouse there, suggesting that they actually sold in bulk from that place. Victuallers were probably people not only running taverns and ale houses, but also supplying ships with food and drink. In the middle there, the Pool Lane was an access point to the Old Town Centre. There would have been a reasonably steep hill there leading up to the former castle, which had just been demolished in around about 1726. Spin round again one more time, and we're looking towards the head of the dock, and the slightly posher building that you can see there is the custom house, where where custom duty was paid on goods being imported. The rather big, strange grey building that you can see on the right is a Staffordshire pottery warehouse. And this is one of the big surprises for me, at least, was that there was a very active trade in Staffordshire pottery taking place in the old dock. And this doesn't really fit into the general scheme of things, the slave trade whatsoever. And it reinforces the notion that the old dock was doing lots of other things in addition to the slave trade. Sorry. And then the final side, we can see again a mixture of warehouses, another pottery warehouse, another two pottery warehouses, in fact, a brazier working in brass, a baker presumably producing ship's biscuit, a bookseller perhaps selling charts, a gun warehouse, and obviously guns were being traded to Africa, and also the Newry Packet ship office, which ran a regular service to Ireland. So quite a lot going on this side before we get back to Sailor Town there again at the bottom. Okay, so we're done with the panorama. So as you probably are beginning to gather, there is a lot of information that I'm trying to pull together. And what I would like at the end of the day to have is not only an immersive experience, but also one that's deeply rich in terms of information provision as well. So I'm also working towards producing a tour HUD, and this will perhaps also include a guided tour, which is responsive to the environment that you're currently passing through. And what I'm using is this rather lovely tool called TiddlyWiki, which is a very simple wiki on a page. So this is hopefully what I'm going to have on my HUD, and you can see the start of a tour taking place. If anybody's interested in TiddlyWiki, the resources there are to some extent transformative. Grok TiddlyWiki is the introductory text that everybody always needed, and TiddlyHost is the hosting service. So very, very nice combination. So we're going to see various places over the next few minutes. Just to say that one of the places is the former residence of William Hutchinson, who was the former dockmaster, an ex-privateer himself, best remembered for his record of tide tables, which led to production of a set of tide tables for the dock. But he did a whole lot of other things as well. A remarkable person. If we continue on down to the north side, we pass the counting house, the office, if you like, of Joseph Ward, who's so far the only slave trader I've been able to find with definitive offices on the old dock. A very active slave trader, it has to be said. The ship that you can see in front is called the Brooks. I actually have a model of it here, which unfortunately I'm going to have to drag out manually because it's not responding to my if you just hold on a second, I'll try and bring it out.
I think I'm about to be shipwrecked.
I'm having some tech problems myself, I think. What I'll do is I'll res it in the sandbox. That's probably the best thing to do. I am sorry about this. Oh, there we go. There are all kinds of screens and what have you that are probably getting in my way slightly. Okay, so this is the Brooks. And what I want you to bear in mind is this ship across the Atlantic many, many times. It is about 30 meters long. And the number of the slaves it typically contained on its lower deck was roughly the same number of seats that we see in the auditorium today. The maximum number that it's ever contained, however, is double that. So, you know, it's just very chilling to think of the sort of density that it was delivering in terms of the close packing. I don't know whether I can. Sorry, this is all supposedly supposed to be scripted, but there are so many issues in terms of screens and things that I'm struggling with slightly. I think I'm going to have to leave it at that. The claim to fame of the Brooks is basically that it was the basis for a lot of publicity issued by the abolitionists because they had a diagram based on the stowage pattern for slaves, which made it absolutely clear how inhumane the practice was and how dangerous the Middle Passage was for the slaves. It really does beg a belief. But as I say, seeing the ship actually to scale is I think, a very valuable lesson. Sorry, I'm struggling slightly to actually be able to select it. That's my problem.
No worries. I think we're all enjoying checking it out.
Well, you can see the actual diagrams, which would normally have been visualized sort of dynamically had things gone according to plan. What I'm struggling with slightly is actually managing to move it out of the way now.
You could do it when you're done.
Yeah, but you can't see the slides otherwise.
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk through the last few slides and hope that you can see a little bit of them. This just shows you the brooks and the diagram that I was talking about, and the fact that the slave traders that used the brooks during the early part of the 19th century were actually not located on the old dock at all. They had warehouses and offices elsewhere. So not surprising, perhaps, that I couldn't find them. The next one basically refers to a feature of the custom house, which seems to have a little glass observation post on the top of it, and suggest. Oh, thank you for doing that. And the suggestion is, if you look at the red arrow at the bottom, you can see there's a little red. This is one of the illustrations that we do have for that part of the dock. You can see that there is this peculiar little glass house on the surface. And one possibility is that it was obviously used for monitoring the old dock, but equally there was a set of signals about 6 kilometers away at a place called Bidston on the other side of the estuary on a big hill, where they had a lighthouse and a series of signal flags that made it aware that ships were incoming in Liverpool Bay, and gave everybody an opportunity to get ready for their unloading. And obviously that was of interest to the customs as well. So that's a hypothesis which will be interesting to follow up. Swinging round to the south side, again, we have some illustrations for the south side, and you can see advertisement for the little blue building you can see there, which is about the only one that actually has a helpful label on identifying what it is. And this is the warehouse of John Davenport, one of the Staffordshire potters. So the pottery was brought up 40 miles or so from Staffordshire by canal and then up the estuary by boat to the old dock for sale in bulk at these pottery warehouses. And there were 4 of them in all, 2 of which also sold porter, which is a kind of ale, presumably also brewed and shipped in a similar fashion from Staffordshire. So there was a lot going on in the old dock, other than what we know traditionally as the slave trade. It was closed in 1826, but traces of the old dock remain. And if you go to Liverpool now, you can go to the old dock and you can visit the top the north corner, as it were, just by the custom house. And you can see how it was constructed, a massive work of engineering for the time. There's also an extremely good International Slavery Museum, with much better models than I have. So that's something else that you can see. So just to conclude, and I do apologize for the technical glitches. The commercial occupants of the old dock did, in fact, mostly reflect the trade taking place and the needs of the mariners. If you wanted to trade, you could source most of the things that you needed. You could source guns for trading, textiles, and liquor. Those were 3 of the things that were traded extensively, as well as beads. If you were a mariner, you could buy workwear, you could buy navigational instruments, you could buy charts in all likelihood. So it was pretty much self-contained, although that's not to say, of course, that people didn't go beyond the dock for their needs. The scale of the pottery-based enterprise was extremely unexpected. I had no idea that was going to happen, but very interesting all the same. Because Liverpool had its own pottery, which was somewhat superseded by Staffordshire. As we've seen, many merchants probably had offices elsewhere. There's only a limited space around the dock itself. And I hope what I've given you some idea of is that building a model like this, which is still an ongoing effort, has been a very valuable way of bringing together a whole range of different strands of history and learning more about this period in a very rich experience. And I just want to sort of take a moment and thank the developers of OpenSim, the people who maintain it, and the content providers for giving us this opportunity of undertaking this kind of project. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, Graham. That was fantastic. And quite sad, actually, too, to think about how small that ship is and how many people they crammed in there. I mean, it's unimaginable. I just can't even imagine how horrible that was. But I want to thank you very much again, Graham, for this fantastic presentation. And everybody, will you be putting this up in the sandbox for people to see the boat?
Yep, I will do.
Okay. And also I want to remind the audience, you want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next section, which will begin at 8:30 a.m. and is entitled Painting in the Meta. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCE 21 Expos areas. We have a bunch of regions. You can look at your map, click your map, and click on any of them and jump there and check them all out. All right, we'll see you again here at 8:30 with Painting in the Meta.
Description, so
Oh,
copy
fantastic.
that and paste.
Sorry. Yeah. I figured you guys were filming and you didn't want him stuck in a ship. No.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 to 9 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Painting in the Meta. Our speaker is Kisma Rilin, aka Julieta Surreal Dreaming. And Kisma is a mixed media artist who is a graduate teacher of international creativity. She's a Red Thread guide and a certified Cosmic Smash Book teacher. She offers classes in a mixed media, art journals, and altered books. Sounds like a lot of fun to me. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios and details of this session and a full schedule of the further events coming up for this conference. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you can send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. And if you're in world, you can direct message me any questions and I will ask them to Julieta when she finishes. So welcome everybody. Let's begin the session. Julieta, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Meg, and thank you, OSCC. You guys are awesome for doing this every year, and I am very honored to be here. So I stand here before you today as Kisma Riedling, speaking to you from my art studio in Newport Beach, California. And I would love to share a bit about transitions from real life to virtual to real life as an artist. And I would like to tell a little story, so I'm going to go back to about 2020. Now, I was an artist enjoying my own creativity, giving art classes 3 times a week at a local art studio, as well as in my home studio, where I did occasional workshops and just had fun, with students and lots and lots of creativity on weekends. And I had been accepted that year into 2 different exhibitions that were going to be happening later in the year. Now, here's the thing. COVID happened, right? COVID happened. And all of a sudden, it seemed like in the course of, like a week for all of us, the rest of the world and I went into home sanctuary mode and found ourselves with a new existence. Mine was as a solo artist in residence. And at that time, both studios shut down. So I turned to technology, of course. Well, me and millions of other people. For several years prior to lockdown, I'd been offering how-to extra backup art videos on YouTube for my paying art students, but they were all gone now. So I turned to amping everything up. I went in and I padded my website and I started doing YouTube live stream to replace the live classes, and I added Zoom and put self-paced video courses on my website, and I set up Twitch and I set up Instagram and TikTok and opened a new Facebook account just for art courses and an art community. And within 5 months, I found that just about any art technique a person could ever want to learn had saturated YouTube. And there were umpteen new class communities, art communities springing up, mostly for women. And these women artists gobbled up the courses. And in fact, my own Facebook art community grew to 70 women in less than a week. But those same 70 women joined hundreds of other Facebook communities. And quickly, these artists became like junkies, enrolling in 4 and 5+ online courses at the same time, even if some were on the same day and same time of week. So out of nowhere, This is how I felt at that time. Out of nowhere, there also came an art student expectation, a sense of entitlement that if a person couldn't make your class that week, that as an art teacher, you would have a recording for them to watch at their convenience at a later time. So it became more about making videos, editing, uploading. Time was suddenly added to our teaching time, and within the first 9 months of lockdown, I and other art teachers became slaves to our newly created ADHD art students. We were responsible for that. Our own personal art practices became secondary and was quite a disarming experience and situation for a creative to find herself in. Though exponentially, art courses flooded the internet and an outpouring of more students than could ever be imagined sprang up. And though this seems a wow, mind you, the entire art world turned upside down, of course, and all of these courses, or most of them, because there was just as many new art teachers springing up online, were offering their courses for free. The market became a competition, give free, give recordings, or else, thus no income. Okay, so my story reflects a lot of similar stories. We all had to scramble, and I'd bet that every single person up here today, though already involved virtually, were totally impacted by COVID and forced to take a large portion of our professions to virtual or go out of business. Welcome to the new world, right? Sink or swim. Well, for me, the dilemma. Now, I've been in virtual worlds, namely SL, since 2009. Living as Julieta Sorrell Dreamy, role-playing as an art gallery owner, a curator for what I'd always deemed as virtual artists, virtual fantasy artists, who are known as pseudo-photographers. Their art is photos taken around Sims, tweaked with a photo app, slapped onto a prim, hung on a showroom or gallery wall, and voila! Art exhibition SL style. Everyone loves fantasy role play. That's why we came to virtual worlds for a while, right? Well, during my role play time, I had been happy to support the fantasy of SL artists. For you see, my mindset didn't even consider me being an SL artist, let alone bringing my real life art in. I mean, why would I ever want to bring my art in, pop it on a canvas prim, and show it in a fantasy exhibition in a fantasy world? My art wasn't a fantasy. For me, it was real life. Plus, why on earth would I ever want to let anyone know my real identity in a fantasy world? Well, the COVID transition happened. And last year, the same thing, at the same time, perhaps some of you remember, I stood here as an artist, adding my real life name to my virtual name. And yes, I'd made the transformation to show my real life art, to have my art seen by possible patrons. I didn't care anymore what reality my viewers were in. I just wanted to share my art. Plus, the role play had ended for me because by April 2020, due to the unpredictable nature of the world and my almost lack of total income, and for how long, I realized I needed to cut back. I really couldn't afford to keep the land my SL gallery was on, so I shut it down. And I began to turn all my attention to Art Blues projects. And we did migrate Surreal Art Gallery to H.G. Hopper's Craft World, but due to everything, I wasn't in the mood to break into a new art scene virtually. Plus, it already had a really healthy Italian art group established and fully operational. So we sat on it, and it's still empty today. So here's my quandary. I was going through having those art shows canceled, and both of them canceled in the same week, okay? Of course, the explanation given was due to COVID. So by summer 2024, I was constantly feeling stagnant and constantly eyeing those 15 canvases stacked against the wall in a corner of my studio. And I became depressed and started having really bizarre thoughts like, do I bring my real life art into SL and OpenSims? Do I start painting in Meta? Do I create an avatar for me, for Kisma Riedling, if I do this? Do I blur the line between virtual and reality? Oh my God, will this make me go crazy? Maybe I am crazy. So Art Blue and I discussed it and decided, yes, I was crazy. No, we decided that I should go forward with the new plan. So I set up a Kisma KSR avatar in SL, uploaded those 15 newly painted, never before seen by anyone pieces, slapped them on prims while making some inquiries with a few SL galleries, and within 30 days had my first exhibition. But I couldn't just be an SL artist because I'm a real life artist. I paint. So I joined real life with SL galleries, and within 30 days, I had that first exhibition scheduled. No, it's me saying it. Now, here's what we did. Here's exactly what we did. I invited lots of friends from real life to come into a Zoom opening with me while I had an avatar standing in SL in that art gallery. And I had created 2 little art patron accounts for potential real life guests, the ones who were courageous enough to log in and experience the environment firsthand. And you know what? It worked. It really worked. Being in SL at my exhibit opening, in my avatar, and in a Zoom share screen event with real life people at the same time. It was kind of funny. I mean, it was successful. All my paintings in SL sold at the opening. In SL, I only sell 1 piece of each piece of art, just like real life. And in real life, I actually sold 4 pieces from that. And I repeated the same step for other events, and all of them were successful. So we decided in 2022 that we are going to begin sort of a new little business where we're offering real life virtual art gallery openings for people. And I began to talk with Art Blue about it. And we began to look at how to make it easy for visitors, like real life art patrons, to come in to come in world to events like an art show, a grand opening, OSCC, without feeling so overwhelmed because the current viewers we use are way too complicated for just a visitor. There's too many options, too many menus, and just crazy busy. We learned the mechanics of how to do real life SL exhibition openings, but we lacked that one important thing, the temporary baby guest viewer. Now, Art has something he's going to say now, so I'm going to just step back. And as he shares with us, I am going to play on the screen, I hope, the a video of that first little experience. Let me get up to that. Sorry, you guys, I kind of fell behind. Let me find it. Where is it? You guys, look at how far behind I fell. Sorry. Okay, let's see if this will do it. All right, Marcus, I'm gonna put it in now. I should have had this done. I thought I had it done. Okay, I put the URL, of course. And here we go. Let's see if this works. Hopefully everybody can see it. And let me get rid of these commercials. Okay, and Art, there you go. It's all yours. Please welcome Art Blue.
Thank you, Kisma. Question is, how can people who are using the computer on a Microsoft Office level, managing a browser, managing email, and Skype and Zoom, just to give 2 examples, to be led, to be guided into the meta, so we, the OpenSimulator community, will profit from it. I'm speaking on this subject with Kisma for some time. She invited me to put some thoughts into it that I will happily present. I'm not only working in the field of the arts, I'm also working in organizations where OpenSimulator is being promoted to be used in schools. It would extend this talk to bring all the facets that come from this field up now on the table. So I go on what Kisma experienced as the difficulties with her 2 art patron avatars. One avatar was stuck in a corner in the gallery and jumped up and down until finally managed to turn, and the other art patron avatar could not make it into the elevator to go up. You will see it in the video, the elevator. It was hard to see how much a visitor user struggles with the Firestorm viewer. So many options, menus, buttons, and also possible visual configurations make it difficult to handle the situation individually, and also, just as a side mark, to teach OpenSimulator in a classroom, which must include teaching of the viewer. Some of you may remember we spoke 1 year ago about America Art also to meet in Virbella and in Frame VR. We said we need to have a browser for meeting in a virtual world to attract new contributors. We need to go this way. We need an interface or very light viewer to bridge into OpenSimulator for visitors. Kisma calls them art patrons to avoid the plain terms clients, customers, or buyers. Students, okay. Maybe it's time to give focus on it once more. I'm willing to donate $2,000 upfront for such a light viewer. I have an idea for a name and an icon that comes from the arts. It was once a very big movement in Second Life that some may remember. It was Art in Hats, which ended in 2015. Hats have a spiritual dimension that goes by the golden hat excavations. A hat embodies a link to the higher knowledge. Okay, I should know where such a hat. Just seek for the golden hat in Wikipedia and you will find golden hats have been created over 3,000 years ago. An avatar being created with this viewer will always wear a golden hat as a start, as a contribute to the early creativity of mankind looking beyond reality. Any developer interested to work on this private project with a trajectory of presenting the result in 1 year from now on, and OSCC 22 maybe, please contact me or Giulivetti immediately. So back to Kisma, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Art Blue. And thanks to all of you. Thank you for listening. Come visit the Surreal Museum here at OSCC that I curate. I've added new pieces to the collection, as well as a few new gifts. And please come to Art Blue's talk tomorrow, which will lead into the sharing of our current fantastic art project. And we also are offering an experience at the lunch break for about 20 minutes of it. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask unless we're out of time. You can always I'm me, and then I'll be at lunch break at Region 3, Booth 7 today. So thank you, Meg. Thank you, OSCC staff. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Kisma and Art Blue. You know, it's a great thing because I too have been in SL and I went in there specifically to start art galleries. So I know the whole dilemma of trying to get that regular life into a virtual space. And I feel it. I feel it. I'm looking forward to your golden hat. Let's see what it does. All right. As a reminder to our audience, you'll want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. Following this session, we have a break, and the next session begins at 9:30 a.m. and is entitled Virtual Worlds Education Consortium Across the Metaverse. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfounder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. You know, the best way to do this is what I love to do, is just open your map, zoom in on one of the regions, and click and go. That's how easy it is. So, you know, explore, jump back and forth. You'll have a lot of fun. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you at 9:30 a.m. for our next session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce a panel called Virtual Worlds Education Consortium Across the Metaverse. Our host is Dr. Valerie Hill, aka Valibrarian Greg, and she is joined by fellow panelists and members of the VWEC Founding Board, Dr. Becky Adams, aka Ellie Pinion, and Kevin Feenan, aka Phelan Korma. Renee, aka Zinnia Zauber, is not able to join us this morning. Valerie is a library and information science educator, a VWEC Founding Board member, and the director of the Community Virtual Library. Becky has taught online for 15 years and developed and currently teaches teaching and training in virtual worlds for the University of New Mexico. Kevin is the founder and president of Nomes Corporation, an IT management consulting company and Rockcliffe University Consortium. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to Virtual Worlds Education Consortium Across the Metaverse, or VWEC for short. The VWEC started at the beginning of this year, believe it or not, even though many of us have been around for 15 years. This is new. It started on January 6th, 2021, after several educators discussed the various obstacles that we all face teaching in virtual worlds. For example, many of us believe that virtual worlds provide great potential for education, but one of our biggest challenges is too many options. Second Life, OpenSim, Kitely, Avicon, DigiWorlds, and many more virtual worlds are available. Plus, now educators are exploring VR worlds on VR headsets, ScienceSpace, AltSpace VR, and many more. This can be overwhelming to many educators. We believe that virtual worlds are virtual reality, just without a headset. Also, it is difficult to advocate virtual worlds, especially virtual worlds for education, to people who have never been in a virtual world. Watching a machinima video just does not do it justice. You really have to be there yourself, embodied as an avatar. The Virtual Worlds Education Consortium will strive to advocate for virtual worlds through sharing examples to those who are unaware of the potential for learning. We can show the variety of teaching styles and learning environments. From the traditional simulations that may look like a traditional library or a traditional classroom, to the totally inventive and creative spaces that people can create. And you can see on this slide our mission. The goal of the Virtual World Education Consortium is to bring educators together, both to share what has been successful and to tackle obstacles across virtual platforms and communities. We meet in Second Life quarterly, as I mentioned, 4 times a year, anyone welcome. And you don't have to be a formal educator to attend. You can be a person who is just interested in helping other educators or a lifelong learner. We meet in Second Life, but we're very excited to announce our new pavilion in Kitely. Because we realize that Second Life is but one proprietary company and not the only virtual world in the metaverse. So as the metaverse evolves, and you know there's a lot of hype about that word right now, we've understood the metaverse for years, but that definition is now evolving. And as the metaverse evolves, the Virtual World Education Consortium will strive to be inclusive to all educators and willing to try new environments, realizing that some people only want to use one particular virtual world. I'm going to hand the program over to Ellie, one of the Virtual World Education Consortium founders. Ellie?
Thank you, Val. VWEC is currently holding quarterly meetings, as Val mentioned, open to all who are using virtual worlds for education and training. Our meetings are primarily for supporting educators and groups by gathering educators' opinions, advice, and ideas, and to share updates on our progress with areas that have been identified in previous meetings. We also sponsor cross-community campfire chats to give one-on-one support to educators and facilitate support for the educational community. Midori Linden has been leading a monthly campfire chat hosted at the VWEC Pavilion that has been very productive. We love those who do this. We would love to do this in other worlds as well. Our meetings are hosted by a different educator each time. Our initial meeting was at an introduction to the VWEC led by Val, librarian of the Community Virtual Library. The participants used the Google Doc to brainstorm ideas for overcoming obstacles in virtual worlds and better networking to avoid reinventing the wheel. I led our second meeting in April, which focused on mentorship, with participants breaking into groups to discuss their approaches to it and identify needs. We then asked how VWEC can help them. In July, Zinnia from Peninsula College hosted our third meeting. In this session, we asked participants to brainstorm what they needed from virtual worlds. In breakout groups, participants discussed what helps them and what are barriers. We then shared a more formal survey to gather data to guide our efforts to address their needs. Our October meeting was led by Sheila Yoshikawa, leader of the Virtual Worlds Education Roundtable and coordinator of activities on InfoLit iSchool. She used the theory of change framework to draw on goals and desirable developments identified in previous quarterly meetings and work towards more specific plans of how do we get where we want to be. Our next meeting in January will be led by Marley Millennia, who will be hosting our discussion on lifelong learning in virtual worlds. Already, we feel our efforts are paying off. We have heard directly from groups and individuals who are teaching and training in virtual worlds to identify successful practice, issues and barriers, and identify resources needed. We have set up communication tools, portals for support, and collaborated with existing databases that list educators and educational entities to bring groups and individuals together. We are working with Linden Labs to address barriers there, and we have set up cross-community campfire chats for us to get to know and help each other. Kevin, would you like to share how we are working with Linden Labs and beyond?
Thanks, Becky. In March at the Virtual Worlds Best Practices in Education Conference, we hosted 3 workshops with the development and design team from the Linden Labs. The idea was to help bridge the gap between what we as educators need to effectively design and deliver curriculum and the challenges of what a platform like Second Life can provide. In April, Rockcliffe started to work with Linden Labs to start weekly discussions on improvements to the platform. Shortly thereafter, those conversations were expanded to include the VWEC and eventually led to a Second Life usability survey that was distributed in July of this year. At the same time, Nori Linden brought forward several challenges Linden Labs was experiencing in managing educational expectations. Some of these challenges were inconsequential to OpenSim due to the segmentation that naturally exists between grids that provide greater security and control. However, several are common to all open environments, regardless of which grid we use for educational instruction, most especially when it comes to the safety and protection of K-12 students. These issues are pervasive, regardless of whether we are in a specialized grid, running OpenSimulator, InKitely, or other forms of virtual environments. What we learn here benefits everybody. Beyond this was also a recognition of a shared need for an educational nonprofit reserve space. This would allow for education-related activities to be distanced from more adult-oriented marketed activities and services. Further, this would also allow for education-focused stakeholders to be able to leverage and share services in close proximity to each other, allowing for a greater sense of community. We're going to do a pilot of the move procedures with Linden Labs in the next few weeks, with the expectation that we will fully roll out communications, hopefully, and I apologize in here we say it by the end of the month, but it's, hopefully by the end of January, sorry, my apologies. As a result, the Second Life Usability Survey and the ongoing discussions at both the VWEC campfires and the Virtual Worlds Education Roundtable, Rockcliffe has been helping to bridge the technical divide between new ideas for Second Life and Second Life's product development lifecycle. We're currently in the process of putting the finishing touches on a forum for all educators to contribute to those discussions and to comment on change requests before they go to Linden Lab. You'll see more information about this in January. As a lead up to this, we will be starting to conduct quarterly architectural review meetings with Linden Lab's senior design team to review new feature requests and ensure a higher probability of those requests being accepted. As Becky indicated earlier, it all starts with understanding not just who we are and how we can help each other, but also how we are using these platforms and be forward thinking in what we want out of these platforms in the future. And I believe Val is going to be talking about how we're going to be connecting, collaborating.
It's actually me.
Oh,
Thank
sorry,
you, Kevin.
Becky, my apologies.
Yes, no problem. Thank you, Kevin. We are united together as one. Respect, responsibility, reliance, and resilience are the cornerstones of our foundation and future. We want to connect the dots and with each other. We want you to know that you are not alone if you're an educator out there by yourself, or if you're a group. You can join us. We are equals, and all of us have unique experience and expertise to utilize. The challenges of COVID highlighted what we have been doing for years. Virtual Worlds helped us as educators to have professional communities of supported friends to engage with while in this lockdown. These fellow educators and advocates have been here for many years. It has been lovely to feel secure because we could express our fear, our frustrations, and our future hopes, even when there was uncertainty around us. Having dependable people to connect with who are innovators and problem solvers makes difficult times turn into defining times. This extra time together, supporting each other, helped facilitate the formation of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. A consortium is a cooperative partnership that shares objectives on a joint adventure. We are a fellowship, and no matter your size or origin, we are equals on this quest. Our future goals encourage you to join this journey. Resources, solutions, showcase, and advance. Remember, our differences are our strengths. We prosper as a whole as we showcase our exceptional solutions and develop new tools collectively. Identify learning resources already created with links and maps to find them. This includes people. We are a very optimistic and inclusive group focused on supporting each other's work. Remove barriers to learning by brainstorming missing components to devise successful shared building blocks to create bridges. Capture and showcase the treasures and serious research of our fellow educators and promote outside of our typical areas of adventure, or I mean service, as you can recognize that as Cynia's verbiage, and we love it. So show off and hit that share button. Variety empowers evolution. A consortium is a continuum. This is a continuous progression forward, connected and distinct. One and all have a voice, Everyone brings courageous questions, imaginative answers, awe-inspiring challenges, and innovative solutions. Join us around the fire or host a community campfire chat to foresee into the future. Together, we love to discover and solve problems. We welcome diversity, curiosity, and you. Thank you. Back to you, Val.
Thank you. And we're so sorry that Renee Zinnia could not be here to share this herself. You can see in her slide various people sitting around a campfire and note cross-community campfire chats. So your community can also hold one of these and better collaborate across communities. And we'll share more about where you can find information about the cross-community campfire chats. So we hope that all of you are feeling the excitement in our voices as we think about the future of education across the metaverse. The VWEC is inclusive to all, and we believe that it's going to take all of us to advocate for virtual worlds, to help newcomers adapt and use them, to document the progress of the great educational things that are being done, to share research, and to keep up with all the changes and the challenges ahead. I'm going to pass out a note card for those of you that are in World that has links to our database that we are forming at the Virtual World Education Consortium. And in the text chat, you can find the form that you can fill out to become part of the directory and the database. The VWEC database is also here in the local chat. The chat logs of all of our quarterly meetings will be archived on the Community Virtual Library website, which is communityvirtuallibrary.org. And on our final slide, you'll find our contact information. We are but 4 of the founding members, and there are many other educators across the metaverse that can join and collaborate and help each other. As I said, face the challenges of advocating for virtual world education and also archiving the progress that's been made. So we want to thank you, and we hope that we see you across the metaverse as it evolves. And I think we have time for a few questions. Feel free to put them in the local chat as I drop you the note card.
All right, it looks like we do have a couple of minutes. I have a question. I think I might have missed this while you were talking. There will be educator meetings in your new area in Kitely, is that correct?
We don't have a date yet for our Kitely expansion. As we said, we started in January of this year, 2021, and our next meeting will be January 5th, 2022, and that will be in Second Life. Okay. At that meeting, we'll discuss branching out across the metaverse and maybe having a session in Kitely.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Laxton asks if there's anything you need in terms of online resource help.
I'm going to say absolutely. We want to reach out and help each other with all the technology that is at our fingertips. Kevin or Ellie, have anything to say about what kind of help we need?
Well, I think we need help always. So Lisa, we'll be in touch for sure. We have quite a few people giving us access to their toys and tools, but we are always interested in, and we sometimes don't even know what they are until you offer them to us. So thank you.
We also would like more help with our Hypergrid Resource Center. We have a Hypergrid Resource Center in library in Kitely, and being able to connect and collaborate across grids is a goal that we all share at the consortium.
Okay, and there's one more question very, very quickly because we're almost out of time. Is there a location for the Kitely ARM?
Yes, we put that location on the note card, and also go to the communityvirtuallibrary.org website. And as the Kitely VWEC expands, all that information will be there.
Okay, Great. Well, thank you to our panelists for an informative and interesting panel. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 o'clock a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled System Design of the Outworld's Dream Grid. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
2, 1, now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, System Design of the Outworlds, Dream Grid. Our speaker is Fred Beckhuizen, aka Feared Fredericks. Fred is the owner and CEO of Microtechnology Services Inc. A 31-year-old tech background is in semiconductor manufacturing, Unix, Linux, and Windows system design, and many microcomputer and microprocessors dating back to the early 1970s. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or OpenSimCC with everyone, let's
for that. So I'll get started with Dream Grid. The best way to describe Dream Grid is to think of it as a wrapper around all of OpenSim. It's a so when you ask what is it, and hang on a second here, I got a slight technical problem. Hang on, please. Awkward. So it's a community of people. It's a community of grids. The main thing about it is it's a wrapper around OpenSim, and it's built primarily on other people's work. So what I've tried to do is to take a look at the security and may come up with a Windows, it's AGPL. The A in the AGPL basically means it's a, use it any way they want. You can sell it, tear it apart, recode it. And of course, it's full of licenses from all kinds of people, like the MIT license that OpenSim uses, but it's also hide it away behind a firewall to the community. It's also, I think, the only Authenticode signed version of OpenSim. What that means is that all the DLLs, everything that I've compiled has been compiled by me in a trustworthy way, even if a single bit changes. There's other things about it. It's secure. I've gone through with Apache, PHP, Perl, and other things to make sure it's good. There's no ads and no spyware as well. Another thing about it is it's very easy to use. You can literally just download it, click run the program, it'll build it, download it, install it, ask you a couple of questions. You just needs to know what is your avatar name or grid owner's name and password, and then it will boot your robust and your welcome region. And it comes with just about everything I could cram into it, like a dynamic DNS server and auto updates and diagnostics and things like Joomla and WordPress. There's a meeting here talking about a new WordPress plugin, W4OS. It's been around, but now he's been frantically updating it, making it improved. I'm much interested in that because Dream Grid will directly support that. There is also a lot of code in here from, I got 50 years of coding and building upon hundreds of other people's work, like Diva Canto's Hypergrid and her Diva webpage. Also, as Aka mentioned, added Joomla and WordPress as well as far as front ends are concerned, and you can create your own. And then, of course, Ubit and the other core developers have gone and done an amazing job. I've had to make almost no changes to OpenSim in order to pull all of this off, which is quite amazing. And there is my little HUD magically finally appeared. So pardon me a moment while I catch up to where I am in my speech. Okay. I may have gone too far, but that's all right. We'll catch up. So it's got all the C modules that are built into OpenSim turned on already. Non-player characters, data snapshots, prem limits is a question I get a lot. We don't have no stinking limits here in OpenSim, but I've enabled them. So if you want to have, say, 15,000 prem limits or 20,000 prem limits, you can. I've fixed it so concierge, for example, which is not normally even known about, is enableable by just clicking a button. And I come up with some saying OSFN, what do you call it? Her built-in pose ball. It's a very complex machine, requires a lot of OSSL, so I've set defaults for that as well. There's a lot of third-party modules too. It has the ability, for example, to what's the word? To add on things like Globits is a DLL you can put in, but you also have to edit all the INI files. Yeah, right. Yeah, Ubit, I see that. No limits, cough, cough. There are no limits on prims. I actually did 1 million prims by accident the other day, Ubit, as far as prims are concerned. I had a runaway reservoir. It took a long time to figure it out, but it's what caused me to put in a stop scripts button in the machine so you can boot a system without having scripts. So it's done by a lot of different grids. I noticed that like the Great Canadian Grid is here and Lost World is here and a bunch of other grids are representative. I really appreciate you guys for pointing me out bugs in some of these third-party modules. So like grid-wide events, for example, is from Diva. I've modified that and put it online as a global, what's the word? I'll get to that in just a second. I've added destinations guides from Maria at Hypergrid Business, partnering from Metropolis, anything I can find that's open source we've put in here. Like the destination grid, guide, that's something that's automatically generated now without any manual labor at all. It just simply happens when you click the publicity button on your grid. Also, grid-wide events come from another company. You can go there, just click the grid-wide events button, and it gives you a place to add your events, and it shows up grid-wide. So it's really a grid of grids is the way I like to think of it. Also, I purchased Hyperica some time back from Hypergrid Business, and I've completely rewritten it and built it into a search engine that works grid-wide. You have to contact me on exactly how to integrate them. You can just change a few lines in your INI, or in the case of DreamGrid, just click Enable, and your grid will appear here in the Hyperica search engine, and also all of your parts. So the other night I looked at it, there were about roughly 1,000 regions online you could get to. There were 43,000 items, which is more than Kitely has for sale. And about 127 grids are participating in this publicity button. So if you're running a dream grid and you want people to visit you, click the publicity button and fill in a picture and a few other things, and you'll appear on Hyperica with just a few clicks. Something that's really new is really old for me. That's stats modules. People really love stats. So I came up with this stats module, and hopefully this link will work here. We'll find out, but it's outworlds.com:8000/stats. If you are listening, it should hopefully appear on our screen here. And if you'll click the screen to play the media, you should be able to see a interesting screen. This is built into the latest versions of DreamGrid. It is a set of scripts and code that gives you visitor maps. This happens to be Alexandria, which is a 3 million square foot 4x4 sim that Joe Builder and I have turned into, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more sims like this. So it's a vast Egyptian realm. And it is allows you to, if you click on this and zoom in, and you may have to click a second time to get it centered, you'll see that if you hover above it, there's little dots appear of all kinds of different colors. These are where those visitors have been. Also, if you scroll down, you will see more visitors by day, time in sim. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because I'm always short on time. So if you want to, it's outworlds.com:8000/stats. And that is part of your system. Now here's a slide of it. Hopefully this will have res by now. It is a little blurry because it's a big slide. This shows you the times of day and the number of people who visited that particular day. I think it goes back 30 days, 90 days now is how long this has been out. So you may not be able to go too far back in time unless you've been running all of my betas. It goes back 90 days by default, but it stores up to a number that you can set as well. So a year or more based on disk space. So this one's kind of interesting. This is our welcome region at the Outworlds. Now, Debbie, she's over here in the audience, and I have been working for 15 years. We've had a sim like this in Second Life. And so this code dates all the way back to, I don't know, 2011. And, oh yeah, change the size of the screen. Let's see here. It actually should be kind of square, but that's all right. We'll go back to this. The stats here looked really odd because you can see there's color dots running all over the map out to sea. And I thought I had bugs for a long time until I finally tracked somebody down and asked what they were doing. So they were taking pictures.
Sorry, Fred, if I'm cutting in on you, but we lost your voice. We can't hear you anymore. Can everyone hear me? This is Galen. Testing, testing. I think we lost Fred on the Skype stream, and we will get him back as soon as possible. Stand by. Okay, Skype has lost Fred, but he's coming back, and so we will resume as soon.
Here we are. Sorry,
There
I
he
didn't see it.
is.
I
Welcome
saw
back.
either it timed out or blew up. Sorry about that, folks. Can you hear me now? An old movie trope.
Yes, we can.
Now,
Yes,
okay,
we can.
thank you, guys. Where were we when I dropped off? I can maybe go back. Let's see if it's about the stats.
Yes.
Okay, and then I moved on to this 504 visitor day in that Second Life.
And that's when we lost you.
So when you lost me, sorry. Well, it's Second Life. Shouldn't have used it. I should have said the other big grid. Okay, so this was a day when we had 504 visitors. This was back in 2014, I think. We've been working about 5 years on this particular piece of code. This is what it's like when you have a lot of visitors, and each dot represents where they were per minute. So the idea here was to spread them around and let them go visit the castle in the lower left, the game in the lower right, the fairy region here, the unicorn region there. This is something Debbie Edwards and I had worked on for years, and it culminated in this moment here when you can see people just didn't hang around the upper right-hand corner where the freebies were. Yeah, second what? The other grid. Okay, so then there's tides and birds and auto teleport. There are some unique features in Dream Grid. It has a GUI, but it also has its own web server, and it can talk to OpenSim, type in instructions, go directly in via the XML RPC. I mean, it's a wonderful creation for a programmer because there is just literally a ton of stuff you guys never see under the hood that were ideal for what I'm doing. I'm able to, quit regions, start regions, peek inside them. Plus, I've done some things inside the database. One of the things is to find out what regions are online and automatically produce a clickable map that you can go to. And we're always going to be running short on time here. Let's see here. I don't even have a clock on my screen at the moment. Where did it go to? Just a second, please. I got to make sure I'm not running out.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. So here's the beauty of the system is you can click a button, add a region, and you can start it with just typing in a name and hitting save. You don't have to do much more than that. You can make it bigger or smaller, do a million options, but that's all you really have to do. There's no DOS, no editing of INI files whatsoever. Also, you can back it up. You can save it. You can back it up 6 different ways, database backups or backups, IAR backups for all your visitors. You can load and save ORs and IARs. It's got built-in diagnostics. I've worked on a great deal on that for automatic dynamic DNS, automatic universal plug and play. So usually it just starts and works. Of course, there's a lot of broken, brain-dead routers out there and people that are double natted behind 2 firewalls. But for example, on Contabo, after it's figured out it needs to install a half a dozen service packs and things like that, which it'll automatically do. It'll just come up and work. This is one of the better pieces. What makes it a grid of grids, and that is that there is a whole bunch of universal plug and play type code that also ties in with a dynamic DNS system. That's probably why you see a lot of people wandering around as something.outworlds.net. It also supports inworlds.net, but the architecture is there's some machines I wrote, about 100 lines of Perl and a DNS server that run the outworlds.net and inworlds.net grids. I'll probably be adding more, like it could have a Hyperica grid as well. It's just a matter of me adding a few lines of code to support it. That's what makes it a grid of grids. Now, each grid is standalone and it's private. So you don't have to worry about your data leaking out, except for the usual OpenSim ways. It's also got the ability to do a lot of extensions on OpenSim. So on a per region basis, you can turn physics of this type, or you can turn maps on or off, or have prim limits on a region and not have them elsewhere. That's all done by DreamGrid, simply reading the INI files that exist, adding a bunch of features onto them, and then interpreting them and making other files. So here, you want to make a region, click Add, click put a name, hit save, you're done. Smart Start just is a way of, if it's not to that, is I have 170 different regions available. You can click a button and load them all into a big grid like this. It doesn't cost anything, and you now have a large grid. It has an endless land and seas module. This is something I've been working on for some time. It lets you just fly anywhere, like a flight simulator or a boat simulator. You can just go from one grid to another region to another. It'll automatically create regions around you so you can walk or fly there. And it has a temporary button so that it'll tear them down after you leave if you want. I've also added things like landscaping. So you got an automatic landscaper to landscape those or any region. There's a whole library here of terrains that you can use, that you can build terrain library and load it. A terrain library with a click of a button for OpenSim. These modules are there in everybody's grid that you're looking at. Trees and plants, terrains are all there. I just have automated and brought them out in a visible GUI way. Here that's going to go under sea heaters and it will not be any help. Sometimes I overlook something and it blows up. So I just go in and get a crash report sent to me. If you fill that in, I would know who you are and I'll let you know why it crashed and fix it. So a couple of stats I passed on to Maria. There were about 3,327 unique DreamWorld systems in this year alone. About 5,500 I track.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm at. And there's a bunch of ORs and so on and so on. So I just want to tell you where I'm going to be at. Let me skip ahead here to the very end. Back up 2 and let it load. I'll be over here in either Expo Zone 6 where we have a demo OR and OSCC Expo 3 in the upper right-hand corner of your screen where I'll be for the next hour to answer any questions other than what comes out today.
Okay, that's fascinating, Fred. I'm afraid we're out of time.
Sure.
But thank you for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10:30 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled the Barbara Truman Planetarium. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC. Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called the Barbara Truman Planetarium. Our host is Dr. Cynthia Calogne, aka Lear Lobo, and she is joined by Dr. Andrew Stricker, aka Spinoza Quinnell, and Francisca Yonakura, aka Frankie Antonelli. Cynthia is a professor at Parker University in Dallas, Texas, and a VR researcher. She loves OpenSimulator and is proud to be a member of the OSCC Organizing Committee. Andrew is an Education Innovation Analyst with Air University's LeMay Center for Doctrine Development and Education. Frankie comes from the higher education, where she specializes in instructional systems and emerging technologies in support of learning. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thanking myself, right? Anyway, I want to thank my co-speakers here. And of course, I'm going who you know was a member of the 18th, and we want to talk about her impact on our lives in a positive way. Looks like my talk has skipped ahead a little bit, but we're going to introduce some of the controls and themes later on in the tour. But first, I'm going to introduce the approach that we're taking in this talk, which is essentially to celebrate a life well lived. Now, Spinoza Quinnell is our mastermind, and he designed 18 grids of content at Virtual Harmony. And we're going to showcase just a few images from those that relate to Barbara's impact and work with us. I'm going to advance the speakeasy and turn the microphone right now over to Spinoza Quinnell, who's going to tell us about these slides. Spinoza, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. As many of you can imagine, Barbara, she was known as Delightful Dewingle, but she was an inspiration for us over the years. And what we tried to do with this planetarium was honor her work with us in a way, all the imaginative creativity that she brought and her energy. And we did a Parisian theme because Barbara was very excited about the things that the time that she had spent over in Paris. And so over the years, you know, she inspired us to build a French village in Virtual Harmony, and she had her residence in this little Loire Valley village. And so it just seemed the right timing for us to be able to highlight a few of the things that were near and dear to her. And after we're through today, I believe it's right, Sen, at 5:30, there's going to be a tour of the planetarium region. And Sen and I would just love to show you some of the things that Barbara inspired us with.
That's correct, Andy. In fact, the tour is going to hit the highlights and show you a little behind the scenes on how the controls work. And we also have some freebies hidden into the build. Well, on this next slid,
Could you go back there?
Oh, sure.
I think there's one slide that was skipped. I want to. Oh, yes. I did want to share that we organized our memories around four parts of her inspirational characteristics, and the four areas that we like to at least highlight in her honor and memory is, first of all, she really enjoyed having fun. And for her, you could do wonderful, serious work with having fun. And so we always organized regular dances that we would bring our family and friends together in virtual harmony. And Barbara was very fond of her work over the years with the space program. And so we put a lot of effort into space-oriented themes. And so, matter of fact, the last dance that she participated with us was Dancing Among the Stars. And so we just wanted to emphasize that. And then the next point with the pyramid, Luar pyramid, is leave no one behind. And we have a lot of images as no one should be left behind. And everyone has an important contribution to make in this type of work in the metaverse. So that was very important to us. And of course, the next area that we want to share is no stranger to any of you. She always was scouting new frontiers, and she was always bringing back to us, the art of the possible. And so her scouting is represented by the radio telescope and the obelisk that was located in Paris. And then, of course, the JPL model, Dare Mighty Things, that is at the core of Barbara's spirit. There was nothing that she wouldn't try and aspire to. And matter of fact, we often accomplished things that we thought were just not possible because she was there keeping us encouraged and going forward. Thank you, Lear.
Thank you there, Spinoza. And so now you're looking at images from our different builds with adventures with Delightful. You see us in the lower left, and we're standing in front of the Enigma console. I don't know if Andy wants to talk about that, but that's part of our artificial intelligence system for collecting data and getting feedback back to users. Andy?
Yeah, just quickly, Barbara loved history and scientific history, and so we would bring in the story of Alan Turing and his work during World War II with the Enigma machine and breaking the code. And we always mixed up our simulations that we created with the what was contemporary with what was historical. And so many of our students over the years really cherish that kind of narrative, as it were, in going through our simulations.
Thank you there, Spinoza. So McMurdo Station was just one of those. Remember the Pilgrims Project, Andy? And the fascination she had with the Shackelford expedition. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, so much of relating back to the history and the significance of helping us understand and appreciate what we were doing in the metaverse was, as many of you know the story, the Shackleton expedition and the means of rescuing all of the members of that expedition without any loss of life was truly inspirational. And so we teach a lot of theories of leadership because Barbara helped us with our military simulations and trying to show the relevance of the metaverse for improving people's understanding of how to work well in teams. So a lot of these images you see here have this aerospace aeronautical theme, and because we work with so many students across the military services. Over to you, Lear.
Thank you there, Spinoza. So moving on to the next slide, you'll see here a variety of images from the space program, and we had gone from a fantasy kind of build to a more realistic one using NASA data. And we had 7 different stations or different areas of the game. And one of the rewards for going through it and participating is, of course, to discover hidden spaces. And you see one of them featured here below through the caverns below the planet. And at the end of the adventure, you know, there's this mysterious stargate and this object above it, that greenish looking thing. And Spinoza, do you have anything to add about that? What is that mysterious thing?
I'm glad you brought that up, because on our session on Sunday, we'll talk about 3D visualization. And that is actually a model that JPL and NASA worked on to model the universe. And so we, you know, as Lear's pointed out, Barbara and I, we all loved, and Frankie and Lynn Skylark and Algernon Luar, we all love mixing science fiction with science, you know, because science fiction inspires, the fiction inspires the science. And so, and many of our students commented over the years that they thought it was really a hoot to see the blending of science fiction with the science. So Robert, you know, authors like Robert Heinlein and others is highlighted in our grids. And then upper right hand corner you see delightful in one of our Grand Prix racers. And so Barbara loved anything mechanical. So we were always building new things, anything that could move in world. We were creating and having a blast, you know, creating all these devices, right, where you can actually get in and operate.
Thank you there, Spinoza. So I'm keeping up with the speakeasy here and showing some of the Grand Prix and the Oktoberfest that you saw in the lower right corner. Well, moving on to the next slide, we're standing in either Pompeii or in Sakurajima. Why are we meeting in these spaces, Spinoza?
Well, again, you know, the mixture of the history and the exposure, you know, was inspirational with Barbara to, you know, we came upon this really interesting way of addressing volcanoes. And so we loved creating these really interesting places where you could see how people you know, thrive in very unusual environments. And so if you get a chance to visit Virtual Harmony, you'll notice that a lot of the places that we have you know, represent, you know, from around the world, these really exotic places, both in history and in contemporary times.
I'd like to put a little shout out to everyone who creates content in these worlds and shares it. You know, from the clothes we wear, to the dance devices, to the animations, to the worlds, to all your solutions, to what Ferd was talking about with Dream Grid. I installed that and demoed it to my students who just thought it was absolutely marvelous that we could have our own server software and do it so easily. And then also through the OpenSimulator, through the ability to install it directly. We just have so many. Barbara's life, she was celebrating yours and everything that you do. And so we want you to realize each of you matter, you know, in so many ways. Now I'm driving all these different devices at the same time, but I just want to ask you to invite you to celebrate with us among the stars.
We love showing, Barbara loved the picture of the lady flying, as it were, through space. It represented, she said, the sense that she has when she's in the metaverse, the exploration and the thrill of making new discoveries. And we say this among ourselves since her passing, but we feel her spirit with us still today with us. We sort of sense that she's there scouting out ahead of us. And so that's one of the reasons we just like to share this party picture of her. That's what we keep in our minds as we think.
Now, for those of you who didn't know Barbara, she was community manager of the Moses Project before its retirement. She began as a user just like the rest of us, and then, of course, joined the project with Lisa and Sun Tzu and many of you. There were over 262 people on that project when we began. And I want to thank the organizers. They've given us this amazing opportunity to showcase this planetarium and to remember Barbara in such a unique way. We have a grid set up, so if you look at your world map, you'll notice that I'm going to go take a look just to make sure. If you pull back with your cursor, you will notice similar to the expo regions 1 through 6, right? It's to the right of it, right above the music stage. And remember, tonight we're going to go there at 5:30 and do a short tour. And of course, if it winds up being a little, a little slow, you can certainly explore on your own. This is going to be up all year, so there isn't a rush. And of course, we have all kinds of kiosks and freebies. We have spacesuits. We have flight jackets, with our patches on it, and we have some of her favorite things for you to enjoy. And we also have a secret little apartment set up, and it has a departure to a 360-degree virtual world kind of excursion, so that you can do this blended reality, or what Sidearm would call hybrid tech.
Yeah. We included a 360 tour of the Eiffel Tower, so just for fun, and because that was a big thrill for Barbara was going up the Eiffel Tower, and so we wanted to make sure we represented that. And I do want to say, just as we wrap up here a little bit, I just want to share how much the OpenSimulator community has obviously meant to Barbara and for us. All of you over the years have inspired us, and the community keeps us going. So this year particularly has been very touching for me, just to get connected, with doing the planetarium with Lear, Frankie, and Algernon and Skylark, our little group. It's like family for us. So thank you so much.
Now, as we wrap up, tomorrow, Andy and I are going to be talking about artificial intelligence. And what we're going to be thinking about is how we apply it as a proof of concept in these game simulations, as we sample behavior from users and their interaction with the world, how we learn from them, borrowing on how other systems have learned and made discoveries that were quite surprising, using people from diverse backgrounds. Everyone's a participant in this kind of exploration. And so Andy is going to showcase some of his wonderful work, and I'm of course going to collaborate. I have the privilege of collaborating with Andy, he and I went to high school and college together many years ago. And in 2008, he invited me to join the team, and I just never left. I've had such a marvelous time. We're now at 18 grids, not regions, because we're showcasing all of this from a little farmhouse in the United States. And then when we host events for the military education, he moves it all into the cloud, into the Amazon cloud. And all of these architectural possibilities are thanks to you and to everyone in our community who's really strengthened us and inspired us to keep up the work. The pandemic was a bit of a kick in the pants, wasn't it? And each of us has had to find ways to cope and strengthen and inspire those around us. Anyway, I just want to say thank you. And that's why I'm here. And I'm excited and looking forward to the 10th year. Over to you, Andy, for closing words.
Well, again, as Sen has shared, we've known each other since 5th grade. And Barbara's family grew up near ours too, and so and coincidentally, that's how life is, right? Life is very mysterious, but we all got connected, and we stay connected through our adult life and through this wonderful journey. And so, thank you so much again for the invitation and the opportunity to share and to offer this tribute to Barbara.
Okay, I'm sorry to break in. This is a wonderful tribute delightful to Barbara. Thank you to our panelists for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 11 o'clock a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled State of the Open Simulator Community. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11 o'clock a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce a presentation called State of the OpenSimulator Community. Our speaker is Maria Corolo. Maria is a published author and covers artificial intelligence for CIO Magazine and cybersecurity for CSO Online. She is also the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. During her 20 years as a journalist, she's run a business news bureau in Shanghai, covered wars in the former Soviet Union, and wrote about local politics for the Chicago Tribune. But none of that prepared her for covering OpenSimulator, which has been both intensely frustrating and infinitely enjoyable. She'll talk to us about that today. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Hey, everybody, you probably all know me because like you just heard, I've been in OpenSim since 2009. And pretty much every month we produce a stats report. Every year we do annual surveys and we collect data from a bunch of other sources. And I'm going to be going through all of that really, really fast right now. So normally I speak too fast, but today I'm going to use that to my benefit. So first of all, here's the my email address is maria@hypergoodbusiness.com. If you have any questions at all, please do not hesitate to email me. So absolutely feel free to do that. And so we hit record high numbers in number of grids, the land area of OpenSim's public grids, and the active users. Do keep in mind that all I track is the public grids, grids that publicize themselves, that are listed in OpenSim worlds, that have websites, that are out there and attracting public visitors. This does not include many of the private dream grids. It does not include many of the private Kitely grids. This doesn't include any of the behind the firewall grids run by schools, universities, private companies. Does not include any of the grids run on home computers by people using them for staging, manufacturing, production, creativity, or just playing around. So so the dark universe could be several times larger than the known universe. So keep that in mind. These are stats only to the public grids. So first of all, the total number of grids that were active this year was 483. These are all the grids that were up and accessible to the public sometime this year. I publish a monthly list of grids that are online that month that is on this slide, and this number is a record high. The number of active users, also a record high users. It doesn't mean that there are 40,000 different people in OpenSim. So if a user has an account on 2 grids or Hypergrid teleports to 2 grids, they will show up as 2 different users. So keep that in mind that there is going to be some duplication of users in OpenSim, but that duplication has always been the case. So the record high number is definitely true. And again, it does not include the private grids. So schools have large number of students on their grids, not counted here, for example. All right, nearly all the active users on the public grids are on the hypergrid. The closed grids are hard to get to, and they have been losing traction dramatically over the past 7 years. The only significant grid of any size that's closed, not in a hypergrid, is Tag World, and they haven't released their active user numbers in the past few months. But they wouldn't make much of a difference on this chart since it's just one grid. Nearly all the land area is also on a hypergrid, and TAG does release their land area. So public grids tend to be, hypergrid-enabled grids tend to offer things like variable size regions. They compete on price. Average region price is around $15 right now. So, and of course you can teleport everywhere. So, I mean, you can see where the clear direction that things are going here. I did a sentiment survey last week. These are brand new, fresh numbers that nobody has seen yet. People are pretty much optimistic about the future of OpenSim. So some people are in the middle, but the majority of people are very optimistic about OpenSim's future. And nearly everybody who responded to the survey plans to be more active in OpenSim next year, which I guess makes sense because they bothered to, respond to the survey. A lot of people are satisfied with OpenSim's technical developments, but as you can see, there's a significant chunk of people, 16%, who are not. People are pretty generally distributed about the OpenSim ecosystem. This is content, user base. The question about virtual reality surprised me. A lot of people did not think that virtual reality was important to OpenSim's future at all. So that was an unexpected, very unexpected to me, because I'm a big fan of VR. And that could be an indication that people who want VR have moved on to VR platforms, and the people who like desktop-based virtual worlds are the ones staying in OpenSim. I asked people about the biggest challenges of OpenSim, and the single biggest challenge that people cited was too few developers, followed by a stagnant user base, followed by a lack of technical innovation, and they were worried about the future of voice support. And there's going to be some people talking about voice here. Melanie Thielkler mentioned voice in this morning's developer panel, and Lisa Laxton is also working on a new voice project. So that's top concern. People are also concerned about content protection and a lack of marketing and outreach for that people saw for OpenSim to grow is the fact that it's so low cost, and the fact that it's hypergrid connected, that people can own their own grids, and that there's unlimited creativity on the platform. And I agree with all those. I think those are just huge benefits of OpenSim. Then a couple of months ago, I did an OpenSim grid survey. So this is a survey of people about how they felt about their own grids. So they weren't comparing one grid to another. They were telling us how they felt about their own grid. And 93% of people would absolutely recommend their grid to other people, which is in line with other surveys that I've seen. People who are in OpenSim tend to love being here. OS Grid was home to the most respondents, followed by Avitron, DigiWorlds, Alternate Metaverse, Kitely, Craft, Enchanted, and Discovery. This is one of those survey questions that I use to double check responses from other sources, like my stats report and other things that I'm seeing about grid traffic and usability. And then another double check question is the next one, where people go in OpenSim. And OS Grid's the most popular grid for people to visit, whether they live on there or not, followed by DigiWorlds and Kitely, then Alternate Metaverse, then Avitron, Everworlds, and Metropolis. The previous slide here is the average person has been to 5 different grids in OpenSim, or at least 5 grids that they can remember off the top of their head. So some people responded by saying that they couldn't even remember all the grids that they visited, or that they visited all the grids, or that they visited dozens of grids, which didn't really come through in the stats because they couldn't give me an exact number. All right, so let's move on to Hyperica stats. Fred Bekutsen mentioned this in an earlier presentation today. And there are more than 5,000 grids being tracked by Hyperica, by the directory. More than 4,000 of them are dream grids, and online right now are nearly 400 grids. And he gave a lot more information about the dream grid distribution and the Hyperica directory, and we add those numbers in every month in our stats report as well. I also got fresh new stats from the Kitely market with some details there. The hypergrid market currently delivers to 527 different grids. So they can deliver to grids that are hypergrid enabled. That's pretty much by default. But they can also deliver to grids that are not hypergrid enabled, but are closed. And the reason is because grid owners can set up their access so that the deliveries can happen. And the way that this works is that you go into the Kitely market, you go on the website, you buy the product, you pay via PayPal or you pay with Kitely credits. You select the avatar you want to deliver to, and it makes the delivery directly into your avatar's inventory. It is really cool. I use it all the time. It's the largest source of commercial content in OpenSim that is like legally fully licensed. So it's a really great thing to have, and I highly recommend it. Okay, so Elon Tachner, who runs Kitely Market, also provides stats on what percentage of the product listings on the Kitely Market can be exported to other grids and which ones can't. So as you can see from this chart, which is from all the way from 2014 when they first enabled hypergrid deliveries, all the growth on the hypergrid, all the growth on the Kitely market has been on the hypergrid. So despite what you hear or don't hear about creators being worried about selling to the hypergrid, the data is pretty clear. Creators are embracing the hypergrid for sales. They want to give people a legitimate place to legally buy content and get it easily delivered to their avatars. So there's a risk of content theft when you do that, but there's a risk of content theft when you sell in Second Life as well. There is no protection when you're on a hypergrid except for high-end scripted content. So if you sell, so my recommendation is if you do sell high-end scripted content, put as much of the scripting server side as you can, if this is, important to your business model, because people can't steal server side scripts no matter how many god powers they have. And everything else can be stolen just as easily in world with copybots. So staying on a closed grid doesn't really give any additional protection for 99+% of creators. But being on a hypergrid does give you a market of people who are interested and willing to pay for content. And clearly people do see that. So the Kitely market has brought in over $300,000 in revenues, Elon told me this week. And the top 10 merchants have all had more than $5,000 in sales. And the top 50 merchants have all had more than $1,000 in sales on the Kitely market. In terms of how people are paying, 86% of people pay via PayPal with US dollars and 14% pay with Kitely credits. So if you're selling content on the Kitely market, you can price it either way. If you're pricing it in US dollars, you're not going to be losing too many customers. And here are the categories that are the best sellers on the Kitely market. These are the things that people pay the most money for. Landscaping and plants are 23% of the total. Structures are 17%. Building components are 15%. And after that is avatar appearance, clothing, and vehicles. I myself spent all my money on hair. But I can see if you're, especially if you're a corporate user with a budget or a school user with a budget, you're going to be spending money on landscaping and structures and building components. And finally, Kitely market deliveries. Obviously, Kitely users all use the Kitely market, but 65% of all Kitely market deliveries go to other grids. Elon has told me which of those grids get the most deliveries to. OS grid users were the most active, which makes sense because they're the biggest grid with the most users. And then after that, it's DigiWorlds. And then Dream Nation. So Dream Nation is one of the closed. So that confirms kind of where people who spend money are living. And a lot of people who spend money are living on OS Grid, despite the fact that it's a free, open source, free to connect kind of platform. All right, so here's my contact information again. And here is the direct link to is also on Hypergood Business in various places. And I'm also going to be posting a report on Monday with more details about the OpenSim sentiment survey that I ran this past week. And so I'm told that we're running out of time and that I should start taking questions. So if anyone has questions for me, this is the time to speak up. If not, I can talk about some of the other results from the OpenSim survey that we had about the grids earlier this fall. So let's see. People were asking about teleporting to Metropolis. As far as I know, yes, I have it marked as a hypergrid enabled grid. And I hear that somebody's working on another market for OpenSim. That's cool. We've had several grid owners and developers try to have competing markets to the Kitely market. And the Kitely market's single biggest lack is that they do not currently support free content. Which, I mean, that makes sense. They're a commercial grid. It costs them money to do the transfers. A membership on the Kitely grid, because you have to the upload having a Kitely avatar. So you have those objects that you have in Kitely. You can add them to your store list. And of course, you need to have your Kitely account in order to accept money. So, and like I said, they don't have any free listings. I believe that there is definitely a market opportunity for an online market that involves free content, free legal content, please. Thank you very much. So if somebody does want to set up a competing market with strong content protections and freebie content, then I think there's definitely a market opportunity there, and I would love to write about it on Hypergrid Business. So people complain about prices. Yes, so some of the items are like $1 or $2 each. But if you pay with Kitely credits, you will often that a lot of stuff is a lot additional questions in there. I want to highlight some of the grids that did really well in our 12th annual OpenSim grid survey. Wow, I can't believe we've been doing this for 12 years. So every year, somebody writes in a write-in candidate for a grid. With over 300 grids, I can't like list all the grids as options in every question. So, I mean, it would be impossible to scroll through. So I just provide the defaults of the top dozen or so grids by traffic based on our monthly stats report. But every year there's at least one grid with passionate users who write in their name. And this year, Wildwood Bayou, Utopia Sky, and Enchanted Grid were all write-in grids. So, Wildwood Bayou did extremely well overall. It's a lot easier to do well in the surveys if you're a small grid, because users can get individual attention from the grid owners. Because it's a small grid, it's a closed community, people feel very supported. So the numbers do go down over time as the grid gets bigger and scales up. So this survey is a great opportunity for small up and coming grids to show off how well they're doing. In technology, Kitely came out on top in this year's survey. Kitely is unique among the grids, not just because of their huge investment into infrastructure, into the Kitely market, but into the payment system, but also in the fact that they have on-demand cloud-based regions. So what that means is that when a region is being used, it's active and running, and when nobody's on a region, it basically goes to sleep, and so it doesn't waste any resources. So Kitely has been working on activating the regions as fast as possible, so they can load right back up again, and this allows them to provide really super high-end premium quality hosting for $15 a month, and less if you buy like in bulk per region. So Wildwood Bayou, Utopia Sky, and Darina's World came out behind. And for community, Wildwood Bayou had a perfect score, followed by Enchanted and Avitron. And a lot of people wrote about how much they love the grids that they're on, and especially the small warm community that they've got. So so that's the state of the OpenSim community here. Can also do this kind of going to sleep, and somebody in the comments mentioned that Dream Grid does that as not Dream Grid, Dream Nation does that as well. So no, Dream Grid, sorry, not Dream Nation. So yes, that is like, if OpenSim is going to scale up and ever get to the point where it's got millions of users, then definitely it's going to need to have that kind of instant on and off capability, because otherwise keeping regions up and running all the time with everything, all the content on it and weather and everything being simulated 24/7 is incredibly resource intensive and wasteful and expensive. But if we can get prices down low enough so that maybe we can get free ad supported regions like the GeoCities for OpenSim, I think that'd be really cool. And I personally would also want to see a web viewer to make access easier. And I personally also do want to see VR support because I'm a big fan of VR. All right, so that is the state of the OpenSim community from where I see it. If you have any questions or anything else, email me that kind of information.
Okay, wonderful information, Maria. Thank you for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. Following this session is a meal break, And the next session will begin at 12:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled The New Open Source and Interoperability. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the second half of Saturday here at the OpenSim Community Conference. My name is Mal Burns, and this is actually going to be the first of sort of two slightly related lunchtime discussions, as it were. And our theme for this one, at least, is to looking at the new open source and interoperability. This is something that's sort of really emerged recently. I know all of you, well, maybe you don't, but maybe you're sort of still in shock over the behavior of Mark Zuckerberg. But the metaverse, whatever it now is, has been very much in focus. And it seems that every corporate body or game body under the sun is apparently building their own metaverse, the implication being that there are now, it's now plural. Charlie Fink put it rather well when he said, well, there's small m's, lots of them, but there's only one big M. Personally speaking, I now refer to everything as cyberspace again. Basically, you can't put the word "the" in front of it, so nobody can sort of take possession of the cyberspace or anything. It simply is, and I think that has been the problem with the latest attempts to define the metaverse and everything, because we make a noun out of it, and therefore it needs a descriptor. Anyway, this is sort of just anecdotal here. What, of course, is quite vital is that in this growing expansion of the cyberverse, whatever you want to call it, is that open source remains strong. This has been the case with the web and all sorts of things online going back when. You have the commercial players, often, who really just hijack a lot of open source stuff that's been done already. I must say there's some of that going on at the moment. But we really feel, and I'm sure everybody who's at this conference, although our concern is largely with OpenSim at the moment, looking beyond the platform we've got here, the model that this platform represents is, as an open platform, and well, just as basically being an open platform, it's this model that we want to hang on to. And in many ways, I also think that whilst people are saying, oh, it looks primitive and it's like Second Life and blah, 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 I think that OpenSim, in many ways, is a great template for the future metaverse or whatever it's going to be called. We have interconnectability, where, we can jump between regions, simulators with the hypergrid. We can communicate across the hypergrid. We can have asset servers and, serving our avatar and other assets literally on our own computer and just jump in online to wherever we want to go. And sure, on the surface, it looks a bit Second Life-y and whatever, maybe looks a bit dated, but the power, the potential under there in the OpenSim code is still a landmark, shall we say. Anyway, one of the major, they have a Discord channel, we'll get to that in a minute. One of the major concerns seeking to look at the new open source is an organization called OMI, O-M-I, Open Metaverse Initiative. Yeah, they've got the M word, I know, but never mind. And they've been holding a lot of meetings recently, and they've got lots of different working groups working on different areas. None of them are specific to OpenSim, of course, but they are kind of aligned to what we do. One of the other people who's been present at these meetings, so to speak, is Adam Frisby, who you all know is the co-creator or founder of OpenSim here. And of course, he's behind, Science Space and Break Room. That's the one. Get it right. But he's been turning up there with what I can see is a considerable interest in the movement, for want of a better word. In Kenzo, otherwise known as Eva Henning, is here because she really is the principal spokesman, or spokeswoman, I should say, for Evo. Sorry, OMI.
Yeah.
all these short letter things itself. And finally, we're also joined by Dale Glass, who is really a principal operator over at Vicadia. Now, we had a panel which included Vicadia last year. Vicadia is also, to a great extent, open source. Its particular code base is built on Philip Rosedale's High Fidelity, when it was a 3D world. Almost everything except voice, I think, in High Fidelity got open source. So Vicadia have been pursuing that. There's a couple of other people using High Fidelity's code, but they're not necessarily open source in the same way. So I'd like you to welcome you all here. So welcome, Evo. Or I can't call you in.
You can call me Evo. That's totally fine. And I apologize. I wasn't expecting to be using this username here. So I had a little bit of dysphoria. We talked about that earlier, but it's great to be here with you today. This is, I have not been in any of these OpenSim worlds, in OpenSimulator or in any of these spaces for a number of years. So it's really great to come back and explore here. And Mal, thank you for that intro. I sit as one of the 3 co-chairs at Open Metaverse Interoperability, which is a community group with the W3C. And we're really focused on the connecting tissue between all of these vast worlds. And we think of these galaxies and how they all fit together, and sort of thinking about the vastness of the metaverse as many different ways of being, many different ways of working together, many different realities and different visions of what that can be. And so we're excited to be here with you and to share some of the work we've been working on in open source R&D for an open metaverse.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, it's wonderful to have you. And I must say, I mean, over and beyond your meetings, I mean, I keep finding you all over the place. You know, sort of, you may not have been in here, but you've been in an awful lot of other worlds and different things talking online recently. So, yes. And it's funny. Yeah, I feel like I know you as Evo now, even though, you know, in Kenzo, I definitely knew in the old days, but it's almost like you're a different person now, but never mind that. Never mind that.
And that's the conversation we can have here. We are different beings and avatars and these different realities. So it's great to be here with you today.
Yeah. Okay, your voice was cutting out slightly there. I hope we don't have a problem. Okay, I'm going to move across to let Adam introduce himself, I think. Adam, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I think I've been here to a regular staple at these events for the last couple of years. It's nice to be back, and I think that it's interesting to see how open source and the open source philosophy could shape the future of virtual worlds in general. Like Omi has some interesting ideas. I think that there's still quite a few problems that need to be resolved if you want this to be successful. So I'm really happy to sort of elaborate on that as we get into the discussion.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I'm very at my depth with you because you're a particularly techie. I mean, as well as being a CTO, you know all this code stuff, and I think, what are they talking about there? Their GTFEs and whatever. But yes, I will come to that shortly. Finally, I'm going to welcome Dale Glass. So, Dale, I've already introduced you as being a primary mover over at Vicadia. Maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit more there, especially about the open source aspect.
Well, thank you for having me here. Yeah, I'm a bit new at this, and I've not actually done very much related to OpenSim in quite a while. So yeah, my first time at this conference, but yeah, thank you. Right, so let's see. Well, you probably already know we are a fork of the now dead High Fidelity, not the one that exists currently, but the previous one, which is confusing. So yeah, we picked it up a couple years ago and still working on improving it and maintaining it and trying to turn it into a better platform. Back when I found it, I thought it was, and it had an amazing potential, and It was a real pity that it actually died shortly after I found it. So I decided, well, that couldn't be allowed to stand. And well, if there were other people that were going to work on it, I will definitely join them and yeah, try to keep things moving. And so here I am.
Wonderful. Well, I've got fond memories of High Fidelity, the 3D world as well. It was another one that showed a lot of potential, and I almost regret that Philip sort of took it down when he did. I mean, he's got very confirmed change of opinion these days, but you know, I keep wondering if it had still been going when COVID came along and we were being forced into online, you know, presence and whatever, whether it would have maybe stood a better chance.
Oh yeah, it was terrible timing, really.
Yes, but that's sod's law, as they say in England here. Right, okay. Now, before I move on, and none of you would actually be privy to this, but just before this thing, there was a private Q&A with the developers in an adjacent region here, and it was getting quite volatile when we had to stop it. Basically, a lot of people were criticizing OpenSim for not having good documentation, or if indeed any, and you know, having that feel of being, you know, a bit antiquated, and more importantly, security concerns, which the technical side of which, again, I have no idea, but obviously they were finding sort of holes in it that made it very awkward to present to, say, the enterprise or companies. Possibly those kind of holes are things that ordinary, you know, consumer interfacing world should also consider. But given that what you've all been talking about and doing, I'd like to actually address each of you in both your three worlds, so to speak. How can I put this? Is there a conscientious effort, say at OMI, to actually catalog all these codes and the different strands that are emerging out of that kind of collective, so that as things progress, one can actually move back on that? And to Dale and Adam too, you know, do you really think, is that something we should consider to be very important? I'll start with Eva.
I'm happy to speak to what we've been doing to connect what Neil Trevitt at Kronos Group calls the constellation of standards that touch the open metaverse. So that includes things like WebXR and all of the open web experiences that we are beginning to see bloom in 100 different directions. That includes the GLTF spec and looking at the evolution of programmable 3D assets and how those can be embedded with much more information than what we have done previously with simple models and exchangeable assets. So we're often thinking about interoperability, and I want to take a quick step back here because we're thinking about interoperability to include asset exchange, identity and avatar ability to move between worlds. And so sometimes that's referred to as meta-traversal. And that includes a number of these different elements, right? Can you take your identity? Can you take your inventory? Can you secure your data when you make that transition? So not just the addressability of a 3D world and moving from 2D to 3D in the way that the web is moving, but also how do we exchange metadata between one world to the next? So there's a lot of conversation happening between game platforms, between the open standard groups, W3C, IEEE, Kronos Group, and others. And I'd love for Adam and Dale here to speak more to how they've been helping to guide that process along the way.
Okay, Adam. It's like musical chairs here, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it is. Well, look, I think the original question is on the historical elements, and obviously learning from past mistakes is important. I think one of the things we need to recognize in this industry is that we should be informed by the past by not bound to it. And by that I mean is that There's a lot of ways that virtual worlds work today, the most successful ones, but it's the same way they've been working for 20-something years. And I think that there's some evolutions of ideas that need to be considered as we build these things. But ultimately, yes, I do think that there should be an effort towards cataloging a lot of the old worlds and what they did right and what they did wrong. One of the things that I have been blessed by is the fact that I've been in this industry for now about 25 years. And during that time, I've had the opportunity to learn a lot of mistakes. And one of the things that we see, typically with new virtual worlds, including from the biggest companies, Facebook's previous couple of virtual worlds spring to mind, where people are making the same mistakes that lots of early virtual worlds made, and really running into things that could have been avoided with a 5-minute Google search on why did product X not succeed. That said, I think that in terms of the larger conversation we're having today, I think that the idea of actually having open standards and open interoperable working groups between people is very important. There's really only so many parts of a virtual world that fit together. When you bring things down to the sort of base levels, there's actually only about 4 or 5 different things that actually need to be standardized to build an open virtual world. You need to have content delivery standards. You need to have session protocol standards, so the ability to sort of distribute a scene graph and make sure that that's upgraded and uploaded to all the clients consistently. And you need to worry about a couple of things like asset delivery handling and inventory and things like that. But ultimately, there's not that many bits and pieces. So actually working towards an open standard is quite achievable and is something I think can happen, but obviously requires a lot of buy-in from a lot of players.
Yeah, I think when Eva mentioned the last meetings, they were getting it about a sort of collaborative interest in the Kronos group. I think that was very significant too, because they are they're probably the name that I think of most when it comes to the high end sort of industry involvement, as it were. Dale, your thoughts on all this?
Well, so let's see. First of all, kind of a bit of a disclaimer, I suppose. Not sure if there's much of awareness of how we work, but we're not a company. Vircadia is pretty much a volunteer group made entirely of volunteers, and so even being at least theoretically, I mean, on the top of it, I don't really have the capability of giving orders to anybody. Like, I can, of course, ask for a favor or something, but I'm very careful with such things because, well, nobody's an employee, including people, members of the core group. Right, so for that reason, we are not going to make any kind of binding promise regarding which is our official direction or whatnot. Like, there's certainly people with interests in various things, but we don't force anyone to work on anything. And it's basically, in the end, up to somebody being personally interested in picking something up.
Sure.
Right, but yeah, definitely there is some interest in standardization and interoperability and compatibility. Yeah, we use GLTF, for instance. So yeah, that's one area of interest. We use Common Codecs. We've actually implemented support for the Opus codec in Vircadia, which is something High Fidelity didn't have. High Fidelity actually has something of its own, which is proprietary and not compatible with anything else. It has interesting characteristics, but yeah, it's closed source, so not good for us. We've also looked, and a member of the community also looked into the underlying protocol for Vircadia, well, High Fidelity, what it was. It's based on something called UDT, which is a standard, and does have an implementation, a standard implementation, but our actual implementation is not entirely standard. So yes, so there is that one issue. With one of the things that we'd probably have to do at some point is bringing ourselves into compliance with the actual standard. But since we're actually kind of not properly implementing the existing standard, but at least it's not a completely novel invention. So the possibility of bringing things into compliance is a possibility. Right, so on matters like OpenSim, well, I think there's not much hope of very much exchange except for things like models, textures, and so on, because it's a completely different foundation. So we're not using the same protocols. We don't think there's ever going to be a possibility of somebody teleporting from Wikipedia to OpenSim without effectively running two different programs underneath.
Yeah, I'll also ask quickly about one Wikipedia, because I know this was the case with High Fidelity. I don't know how much we would consider this to be part of a template, but earlier on we had Fredericks, or I can't pronounce his name, speaking about Outworlds, and I have an installation, like 25 regions, and they run on my own local computer, not the one I'm talking on now, in fact, just a spare one. But it means the server with all my assets in OpenSim and my avatar and everything else is on my own computer, and it travels out with me. And essential stuff travels out pretty fast across the hypergrid. Other stuff is a bit slow, and some stuff I can never get when I'm out on the hypergrid. But the idea that my world and the interface of my world, as it were, is on my own system, it's like being in my room. And in the real world, I go out my door when I want to go somewhere. So to me, having my OpenSim installation on my own computer is very much the same thing in cyberspace terms. I just go to, well, Portal actually or something, to go to the location I want to go to, do what I want, pick stuff up maybe, and then return home into my own computer and then log out from there. It also reduces a lot of stress on the server that I might be visiting, because I visit there as a presence, but I don't necessarily bring all my assets with me. I only really bring the essential stuff. So I think that is still the case with your platform, Dale, isn't it? That the user basically has a kind of offline starting point, and then they move into the online component. Or have I got this wrong completely? Or have I just confused things no end?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, well, I'll also ask, I mean, this is not a question for Ivo or Adam's own platform, but both Ivo and Adam, if you've got any comments, do you think that is an important part of maybe generating a sort of part of the infrastructure by which, a mass market of people could enter a metaverse, whatever you call it? For example, could the Windows desktop or the Mac desktop actually be the portal you move outward from?
Absolutely. The web-based experiences are one of the easiest ways to scale to the globe, because if you look at the number of VR headsets out there, it's not going to be right. It's going to be through browsers. It's going to be through other mechanisms, not just through VR. And if you're thinking about what is the easiest, most portable and lightweight way to do that right now, we look at, there's a number of WebXR-based experiences that are being tied together. For example, art galleries that work across more than one platform and have built agreements around getting to move from one platform to the next. Now, those are very early stage sort of alpha level experiments, not even beta yet, right? So this is early stage stuff, I would say, for most of us. Most of the folks working on the web-based sort of portability and traversal between worlds are maybe not aware of what has happened here for the last 12, 15 years now, right? I mean, this particular code base is one right place for experimentation for doing some of this as well. And I think there are ways in which we could bring our communities together to do more interesting interop experiments down the line. There's definitely some things happening between closed communities and sort of open web-based communities right now, and agreements are being made. I think it's going to happen partially through federated, small to medium-sized communities taking on sort of an anti-meta or a different meta-narrative approach. There's lots of different ways to approach these spaces, and I think we're going to see lots of fun iterations in the next year to come.
Yeah, it's a bit of a be all and of everything, really, isn't it? I mean, that's why the attempted definitions of the metaverse has been, whoa, everything. Everything that isn't in the organic universe is the metaverse. Interesting. I mean, another thing I'm wondering about, and it would particularly relate to smaller and medium-sized concerns and OpenSim, is whether maybe we can best perceive the metaverse or the cyberspace from the small bits piled on top of each other, rather than the big overwhelming thing that's trying to suck things into it. In other words, a Skype call could technically be, you could say, well, that's part of the metaverse, because you could be having it in a virtual world, or you could be having it in your desktop, or you could be having it on the web. And it is a form of communication, but it's a form of communication that is by and large audio and video only. It doesn't include avatars. But, many spaces that people meet, and Evo, this, we've got the clubhouses and Twitter spaces, and we've got things popping up everywhere that are constantly running audio conversations, basically, but probably as good as this, Are those little things, and for example, an independent asset server or something like that, do you think maybe we should be looking at that kind of system? I mean, I remember Bruce Joy from VastPark many years ago started an open avatar system. It didn't get very far, but basically his idea was like a marketplace. They would host an avatar for you, they'd host assets, but they didn't give a world to use them in. They were simply the server that hosted things on your behalf that you could take with you, if you see what I mean.
Right, and Ready Player Me is doing some level of that right now.
Yeah.
I think we're absolutely going to see VRM, for example, become a much more open, not quite a standard, but adopted by many of us. Certainly, it's already been adopted in Asia, and becoming more so when you're looking at avatar portability. We're experimenting right now in a couple of different methods. I think there's no real great single marketplace right now for open avatar experimentation, but Ready Player Me is definitely serving part of that space.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Ready Player Me, they allow you to take a photograph of your face on the web, and they make an avatar for you. But more importantly, when you log into their site, it's like a destination guide for everywhere you can go and take that avatar. All sorts of different companies, different worlds. You just you effectively teleport with your Ready Player Me avatar to wherever they, right. It's acceptable. Sorry. Oh,
I was going to say, that just building on decentralized identifiers and these sort of open. That's not necessarily a marketplace, but it's becoming one very quickly. So I think we will see lots of marketplaces growing over the next cycle.
Now, Dale also mentioned that he couldn't see any way that, say, OpenSim here, where we're sitting, as it were, would easily operate with something like Vicadia, even though both are, of course, open source. But, pardon me, cough. I have often imagined, I'm getting far too old to build these things or even try, but I've often imagined, say, building a studio, maybe, or getting it built in Unity or Unreal or something like that, and modeling it in such a way that I can put a duplicate of it in multiple worlds of my choice. But I'd hopefully have the same avatar in each as well. But more importantly, the idea I sort of had was whether it would be possible to put scripts and things like that in the build, embedded in the build, that would independently talk to other instances of itself, for example, even if that self was on a different platform. The container, like an object on the web, would be embeddable all over the darn place, but inside the container will be the mechanisms for communication with other instances of itself, or just back-end things. Now, how attractive does that sound? I'll put this one to Adam first, because you've probably got a better grip on what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned this, because I think just last week I volunteered to to run the WASM, which is the WebAssembly scripting working group for OMI. I think that it's possible to do. There's some limitations here, and I think that we need to also be aware of that. Until we have got a standard system that everyone is using, and I think that's very, very important, actually. I don't think we should be focusing on a technology layer that is broken into lots of tiny little pieces and fragmented, and there's a reason for that. I'll come back to that in a second if you're interested.
Yeah.
But in terms of scripting itself, the problem is that sometimes platforms have got different capabilities and different feature sets. Sometimes they've got different ways they're accessed. Sometimes, for instance, they're focused entirely on VR headsets, whereas other ones may be focused on, say, a mobile touchscreen device. And then you've got lots of problems like, how do you interact with these things? Is there a requirement for having hand movement simulated, for example? So there is some lots of question marks here about sort of how well these things would work if interoperated, but it is absolutely something I think at least the groundwork could be laid, and that's something I'm looking forward to sort of championing over the coming year or so, particularly with that working group and others.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Carry on.
Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking here. On the level of scripts, at least, we're not really interoperable with OpenSim in that we use JavaScript. So yeah, that's not exactly LSL. It's not .NET either. But yeah, there's certainly opportunities for lower kinds of interoperability. Even if you can't, for instance, teleport right from one world to the other. Some things certainly could be done. You could do things like streaming video. You could transmit chat data via scripts, certainly. We've got, for instance, support for web surfaces, so you can embed just a web page anywhere inside the world. So that's one option to interpret.
Can I interrupt? Can you embed a web surface on an avatar itself?
Never tried, actually.
Never tried it. Yeah, I know.
I don't think so.
I'll
anyway.
come back to that. I was thinking something. So, yeah, okay.
I can say that does work in ScienceSpace.
Yeah, well, back in the days, so I'll just interrupt you briefly here if I can, Dale. Back in the days of, I guess it was Second Life, avatars used to appear and they were white with the words missing all over them because they couldn't find any of the kit. But people, I used to have a T-shirt in Second Life and maybe a jumpsuit or something as well, where I could put media on the prim that was the costume or the body. And it suddenly occurred to me, I don't know whether they've really tried doing this, but, all the future talk is about, away from avatars and more towards holograms. If you had an avatar that was plain, obviously it has some motion sensor in it and whatever for gestures, where the actual skin of the avatar was somehow mapped from, this is not home computing stuff at the moment, but like 360 cameras could pick up, like the way they pick up 3D, video shots, and they could map that texture to the avatar. So to all intents and purposes, your avatar would look like a hologram. But do you get what I'm getting at? So I rather fancy that.
I actually just got a message, and people are watching the stream.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can actually, yes, indeed, put a web surface on an avatar. I never tried myself, but.
It's amazing, sometimes these little things can be quite disruptive when they get going. Yeah.
But yeah, I actually had another kind of interoperability suggestion in mind. Yeah. So one of the strengths of our architecture is that the scripting can control pretty much everything. So you can create virtual avatars with scripting very easily. So for instance, one kind of way of having some sort of interoperability could be transmitting data about an avatar from one side to the other. Like you could reproduce movement and have kind of an avatar of an avatar basically in the other place. I'm not sure how well that would work in practice, but something like that would be definitely possible.
Incidentally, for those of you who don't particularly know me, this avatar I'm wearing here is identical to my avatar in Science Space and Breakthrough. It's identical to my avatar in Vicada, I believe, Antivoli. And in fact, I think, and here, I think actually Sansar is the only platform I really use now that doesn't support this avatar. So, you know, there's some comfort in knowing that I'm going to look the same wherever you find me.
Mal,
Yeah.
what was your workflow? What did you use as your base? Did you start in Ready Player Me?
Oh, the avatar. No, this particular avatar, well, to be honest, I don't know whether it's in the audience, but there's a chap here at Abacon who did it for me. We used what we did it jointly. We went into, it was a piece of Adobe software, I forget what it was called. And, you know, he asked me what I wanted. And I said, oh, a bit of red hair, a bit of beard there, a leather jacket. Because all these nowadays are wearables. It's all part of the overall mesh. And when we got it about right, we sort of exported it and brought it into OpenSim. And then I managed to upload that into ScienceSpace. And yeah, then I uploaded it into High Fidelity, Philips High Fidelity, when it was a world. And then when High Fidelity went away, I think I managed to find it by default in, certainly it was either in Vicada or Tivoli or both. So, you know, I begin to get familiar with it, you know, and it's because it's a single mesh. I mean, there are limits. I can't sort of put on OpenSim clothing on top of it, or well, I could, but it would look stupid, you know. But I keep wondering, well, what could I put in this mesh? You know, the mesh is like an outline framework with its texture and everything else. But there's something I had in Second Life years ago called the brain, and you had, you know, you bought it or whatever, and you wore it. But it was worn on the inside of your stomach somewhere, and it allowed anybody coming to your virtual house to find out where on the grid you were by showing you on a map, because the brain was reporting your position anywhere on the grid, and it did other things too. You know, so it's a good example of, you know, I'm wearing this invisible thing inside my mesh body that is doing all sorts of surveillance on me, I guess is the word. But, right, let's get back a bit more focused on track here then. So yeah, interop. Ivo, you know probably as much as I do. There was on our on the let's see if I can get the window I need open here. Is it called Red Eagle? Is on our OMI group there. He's from. Sorry, do you know who I mean?
I do. We have so within OMI we have hundreds, almost 1,000 active people in the Discord now, including platform holders, people who work for game platforms and companies, people who work on the association layer or on the standards layer, as well as sort of every layer of the stack. So yes, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm referring here quickly to back, in fact, to here, Red Eagle PI, I think the avatar is called. He would have been here, actually. He's super interested in what we're doing, but if you've only got to look at his server, and there's, I think they came more from gaming than virtual worlds, but they've got so many meetings and chats going on that, you know, you couldn't get here because one was finishing and another was starting, all on their own server. But what I liked, they're called OCEM, and I wish, I'm trying to see if I can, not easy. But the interest, here we are, right, they stands for the Organization for Cooperation on an Ethical Metaverse. And this is one of the subjects I wanted to bring up, even though he's not actually here, is, you know, it's very easy to look at these big corporations moving into things now and realizing that, you know, hell, you know, Meta, you know, is they're at war with the European Union, they're at war with the British government now. They've got the Trade Commission people in the States looking into them. But, you know, I wonder how on earth they get away with it. And I think it's Grady Booch who has the same tweet posted every day saying that Facebook is a profoundly unethical organization and it all starts at the top. And that's a standard daily tweet, a headline. If we're going to build open source and stand to be something that can stand up to these big corporations, I'm talking in a more philosophical sense here now, how important is it that we kind of build a kind of ethical foundation to all this, where we can actually maybe take the high ground and say to the likes of Zuckerberg, we're in the right place. So okay, take it in turn, folks. So let's start with Adam on this.
This is a really interesting and slightly dangerous topic, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because there's an unspoken question of whose ethics are you going to be using here. Now, I think that it's fair to say that harvesting everyone's data and selling it to the highest bidder is not going to fall into the boundary of ethical for most people. But I think it is something that to be very careful of. My ideal model for governance is always looking at the older internet governance. That is that sort of even still used today, but that sort of period that was that architecture that was mapped out in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, in particular, that sort of divided the network up and basically gave everyone control of their own space. There were some basic rules for playing nice with each other when you connect to the larger environment, but generally speaking, it tried to stay out of these questions as much as possible. And I think that that's the right model today, because it always gives you the freedom to not use someone's product, not use someone's service, and move to a different environment entirely. For instance, if you don't like Facebook or Twitter, you can use something like Mastodon, which is open source and relatively sort of grassroots, if you will.
Yeah.
And I think that model is the thing to follow when it comes down to this thing. This is the second question you asked, which was sort of how do you make sure that succeeds versus the one platform dictated by the one company. And the answer to that one is that you've got some tailwinds here anyway. A lot of companies learnt some lessons, particularly during the mobile software era, which we've just gone through, that it's really dangerous having one or two companies in charge of the entire ecosystem. With mobile, we've got that duopoly of Apple and Android, and you can easily see how the platform operators abuse their positions. Some abuse it more than others. I won't name names, but it's pretty obvious you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of tech companies who have had to fight with them over the last couple of years and have gotten very, very wary of signing up to being just a participant in someone else's walled garden.
Yeah.
So I think that when it comes down to the metaverse, you're going to find that big companies are actually quite willing to latch on to open standards if it means that they're going to be able to compete fairly on their own without having to deal with platform operators.
And if the standards they're adopting work, which of course is a major part of it. Yeah, I noticed, for example, both Nike and Reebok have joined the so-called N-word, and but they've both chosen to do it not to start their own platform, but to do it via, I don't know, Fortnite or something like that. So you're already getting this sort of corporate move in via a platform that's already there, as opposed to people like Meta creating their own. Right. Did you have any thoughts on that particular topic quickly, Dale? We are running short on time here.
Well, so in that regard, I think we have to quickly explain the differences here. Wikipedia is very radically decentralized in its nature. Like we don't have a grid as such. We don't have an asset server. We don't have even a centralized account system. Basically, we don't have an account server, but its usage is completely optional. And all the regions are pretty much like independent web servers. Like they exist inside the internet, but they are not actually bound to each other. We don't even have crossing from one region to another. You can teleport, but there's no sim borders like in OpenSim.
Yeah, there's not that flat world thing where you can walk for hours.
Yeah,
and,
So that's in some regards that's a disadvantage, but in the regard of making it safer for various different kinds of communities coexisting, I think it's a bit of an advantage. We, for instance, have no ability whatsoever to ban you from all of what is Vercadia. Like we could ban people from our own kind of organization regions. I can ban you from our from our development meetings. But absolutely nothing stops you from taking our code, setting up a server, and talking to whoever you want to talk, including people who show up at our meetings. Right. So that's basically it's an imitation of the web, right?
It's a bit like the self-hosted OpenSim instance I mentioned.
Yeah,
yeah,
kind of like that. In some regards, it's a disadvantage in that we have difficulty hosting content. But yeah, but we do think it's going to have an advantage in organizational.
Okay. Right. Well, I need to start wrapping. Ivo, did you have any thoughts on the
most of them in the chat, just on the half of the conversation, recommending the work of xrsi.org. Obviously, Ken Bai's work, and then thinking about protocols as well as standards. Obviously, there's a lot of interesting research to be done here. There's one of our colleagues at OMI, Dr. Kim Nevelstein, has published his doctorate on IPSME, which is a protocols-based approach. And he's getting interesting results, for example, working between Minecraft and other worlds. So there's some very interesting research. This is a ripe field for discovery right now, and I think about what you're going to work on as all of you here are getting excited for your own research and labs.
You're right. It is an exciting time, and you know, for somebody me who's going all over the place all the while, you know, suddenly stumbling on things and think, oh, great, this is happening, even in the face of, you know, corporate takeovers and stuff like that. So,
and these metaverse experiences are so vast. Like, there are whole solar systems that might be meta created or Oculus driven that I'm never going to go see, and that's okay, because not everything has to be interoperable for it to be connected and potentially available to everyone. And I just see that we have it available, and it's also really accessible for everyone.
Even something as small as Second Life is vast, because you no one person could walk the terrain of Second Life in a lifetime.
Right. And
I covering every square foot kind of thing. You know, it's huge. You can jump to where you want to go, so no problem. But you couldn't walk it. You know. Anyway, I'm going to have to cut you guys off because I've got about 2 minutes to wrap, and I did want to put out some pointers here. I'm just actually got my Discord open. Firstly, just a bit of it's a plug, but it's a open source project really. Discord servers are wonderful things. Basically, it was built for gaming, but it works just as well for virtual worlds. I can even see. You know, I don't know, Sansar will have a channel, a server on Discord. Their users can talk together, but ultimately, at the end of the day, maybe people will be able to jump from Discord to some kind of URL that would take them to a location in Sansar, and the same with Vercadia or anything else. That's down the line. But there are so many of these servers around, and they don't all just belong to platforms. Obviously, we've talked about OMI, which has a server. The OCEM, this is the ethical metaverse people, they have one. And 1 minute to wrap. Yes, I know. Panic. Reacting to the background here. Oh yeah, and there's another server which I haven't had time to ask anybody about here today, called the Open 3D Foundation, and they have a Discord server.
And they're colleagues and friends of ours. We are really just fantastic collaborators all over the world, and so. We just want to invite you to be a part of that ongoing collaboration. The questions y'all are asking in the chat here are fantastic, and they are exactly the questions we need to be asking around decentralized identifiers, around metadata, around privacy, and around how we work together to do this.
Yeah. Okay. If you can put it in chat for me. I'm terrible at reading chat while I'm actually broadcasting, so I can tell I've missed a whole load streaming by here. Thank you, everybody, for attending, and hope we've been useful in what we've been talking about and everything. As I said, this is sort of a bit of a two-part thing. I'm going to be here at the same time tomorrow. Maybe one of these two will drop in. I don't know, but I'll be hosting one with Dusan Reiter and Dr. Fran Babcock. And the focus of that one be looking towards the future from a more global sense. Today's been more about the open source code and, you know, the basics. But you know, where we're going generally is going to be more the sort of thing I talk with Fran and Dues and Writer about. So I hope you can attend that one too, and hope you've enjoyed this one. And well, bye for now. Thank you to all of you, Ivo, Dale, and Fran. Adam.
Yeah, thank you for having me here.
We'll get cut off.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Getting Dressed in OpenSimulator World. Our speaker is Beth Ghostraven. Beth has been playing around with her appearance in virtual worlds since 2010. Tired of hunting for non-skanky clothing to wear to meetings and events, she started designing system and prim clothing for educators and other professionals. Her clothing is available free at the Ghostraven Professional Attire Shop at OASCC in Region 5. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome everyone, and let's begin the session. Beth?
Hi, I'm Beth Ghostraven. I am a recently retired middle school librarian, so I have more time to make clothes now. Let's see. I'm not going to read the bio. I'll have already told you about those things anyway. The instructions and screenshots in this presentation are from the Firestorm viewer. Part of the learning curve for teaching and learning in OpenSim is the need to personalize one's avatar, and that really goes for any virtual world. I think that's one of the first things that students try to do when they come into a virtual world, is look like an individual at least. Although for teenagers, looking like an individual is, they want to look like everybody else as an individual. Anyway, let's see, I'm hopefully getting the hang of doing this. So teachers need their appearance to enhance and not detract from their instruction. Students need to feel immersed in order to learn effectively, and personalizing their avatars contribute to this, in my opinion. This presentation will hopefully help you to explore some possibilities for making your avatar and clothing look like you want them to look. Now, looking around at the audience right now, I can see you're all dressed. So I don't know that this is the target audience for this talk. Yeah, son, yes. I want to be an individual like all my friends. I love mesh for buildings, furniture, and shoes, and sometimes hair, but not for clothing. Our feet look basically the same, but our avatar shapes do not. I don't have a standard avatar shape, and most mesh clothing does not fit me well. My body image struggles in real life have left me with a philosophy that all of our shapes have value, whether they are standard or not. And I include animal avatars and robot avatars and whatever kind of avatar people want to use for this. Clothing for hippos, yes. Especially if you don't have a standard shape, classic clothing may work better for you, as it does for me. Some people consider classic system clothing and prim clothing to be old-fashioned. I think I'm seeing a little bit of a resurgence of it among some people who are really tired of trying to deal with mesh. Although OpenSim does not really have anything in the library part of the inventory, these classic avatars from the Federal Consortium of Virtual Worlds and more are available in the shopping zone of the OSCC grid. And Mike, yes, with Bake-On Mesh, you can apply system clothing to mesh bodies now, which is awesome. These are decent looking starting points, and you can mix and match pieces of all of these. There are also freebies all over the OpenSim grids, but finding them can be a little tricky and time-consuming. I have free clothing in my shop on Expo Zone 5, and it's available all year. The shop is a brick building to the east of the landing point. Now, the clothing in OpenSim is free. My clothing in Second Life is mostly not free, but I think my prices are fairly reasonable. But a lot of the same things are available in Second Life and OpenSim. Sun says part of the problem in Second Life is based on mostly on looking sexy, so much of the avatars do not fit the diversity of ways people want to look. True. Here's how to wear clothes. You can open your inventory and drag a folder with clothing onto your avatar. I recommend always adding things. Never click wear. Early on, I made the mistake in a hair store of wearing a hair demo, and that's all I was wearing when I looked at my avatar. That was so embarrassing. Now, I know for some people it really doesn't matter what you're wearing, but I tend to be really immersive in virtual worlds, so to me it matters. So I make sure I'm always wearing some system layers, even if I am wearing mesh clothes. In inventory or in appearance, you can click the worn or wearing tab to see what you have on. Yes, Leah, add is my friend. You can always take something off, but if you've taken it off accidentally, it's not always easy to find what you have. Add items, never wear, so you don't wind up only wearing your hair, for instance. An easy way to change clothes is to save combinations of items as outfits in your inventory. That's one of my favorite things to do in virtual worlds is making outfits. Yeah, don't put on your full inventory. Whoops. I keep clicking the slides instead of the speakeasy. Once you're dressed the way you want to be, open the appearance thing that it looks like a t-shirt icon and click Save As to name your outfit. If there's a default outfit you want to have easy access to, put an exclamation point at the beginning of the file name to make it sort to the top of your list when you sort things alphabetically. To quickly change your outfit, right-click on it, either in inventory or appearance, and click Replace Current Outfit. To make sure your clothes and hair travel with you, pick at least one outfit and move everything from that outfit into the My Suitcase folder in your inventory. Name the outfit so you know which one you can safely wear for hypergridding to other grids. You can hypergrid with your clothes not in My Suitcase, but this is a little extra added bit of insurance. Permissions are one of the trickiest parts of virtual world clothing. Something might say no modify when it's actually only the script inside that can't be changed. If the item doesn't have any permissions after it in your inventory, then it's full perm. The undershirt layers in this folder are necklaces that are made as a system layer rather than the usual prims. Leah, that's a good idea. She says, I pack my suitcase, as Mal Burns puts it, and name my folders. Lear wear, name of outfit. So I can search for all of my Lear wears to find an outfit. In this presentation, classic avatars and clothing are defined as any non-mesh avatars and clothing. Shapes and skins work together to make the basic avatar body. This shows the difference between shape and skin and how they work together to create an avatar. These are from the Linden Lab Library, but shapes and skins in OpenSim work the same way. Really, the best thing is to just play around with it and see what you wind up liking. When you're modifying something, make a copy first. It's really easy to totally mess something up when you're trying to customize it. You can always check with the designer to see whether they'll give you another copy, but make a copy first. You can easily change your shape. As with other items, make a copy before you start changing things around. This is the body tab with sliders. You can use the sliders to change your avatar. Just play around with it. And this is part of the face sliders, the eyes. There are things broken down into different body parts that you can change. So when you're looking at system clothing and hair, the icons on the right, except for the alpha layers, show system items in your inventory. If you show only clothing, these will be the only things that show up. And yes, if it's a cube, then it's an attachment, a prim object. And these all can be customized using sliders, depending on how the item is made. Make a copy first before you edit anything. When you're editing system clothing, in this jacket, the upper fabric is a template created in Photoshop, which cannot be altered in a virtual world. Because it is grayscale, though, it can be recolored by clicking the color/tint box, or even if it does have a color in it, you can add colors to it. Make sure you click OK on the color before you close it. You can also edit the sleeve lengths and other things with this, depending on how it's made. The cube icons are objects that show the prim clothing here, except for the AO, the animation overrider. You can wear or res the object and edit it. Make a copy first and use a pose stand or a pose so your avatar stays in one place. And this shows editing prim objects. I generally have to edit necklaces so I can wear them because I'm short. My avatar is shorter than most avatars. So my necklace tends to be inside my head until I move it. Even if the object can't be moved, can't be modified, if it's non-mesh, it can at least be moved. Also, even if it's mesh, if it is unrigged, then it can be moved. So, some items have resize scripts in them. If that's the case, don't edit, but click on the object to open the resize menu. And again, make a copy before you make changes if possible. Questions? Sun says you have a setting in preferences if you need to get closer to your jewelry. So you can cam in closer on something. Lear says, original and Learware copies in folders. Keeps me straight so I do not mess up my originals. Disable camera constraints. That's the thing that Sun is talking about. So you can get closer to your avatar. Or cam in closer, rather. Looking around, it looks like most everybody here is an experienced user of virtual worlds. So I don't know that you all would have questions, but please, if you know someone who's having trouble getting dressed or modifying their avatar, let them know that I'll help them out if they'd like. Lear says, and for new folks, use your escape key to return to yourself. Somewhat disheveled, but relieved. Sidearm says, ScienceSpace desperately needs you. The thing about ScienceSpace is that the clothing is designed differently than Second Life and OpenSim. It's designed in either a clothing app or in, oh, I forget what it's called, having a brain fart. So I don't know how to do that yet. So we have a few minutes left, or a couple minutes, but there's nothing wrong with closing up early.
Okay, is anybody?
Before you close, there was a question that came in. This is Lear. The question was, if you're wearing mesh, and you'd said earlier about wearing system clothing underneath it, so you always have something on, but when your avatar first appears places, for educators particularly, sometimes the mesh clothing doesn't appear at the same time. And how do you prevent looking stark naked, for that class, or conference presentation?
The best thing I know of is to make sure you have at least a shirt and pants on of some kind and of system layers. Sure. Also, if you're changing your outfit in front of an audience, make sure you change those 2 layers first before you change your whole outfit. That way, hopefully you have something over them. Low resolution underwear, yeah, exactly.
Shamisa adds that baked on mesh is the trick, because see what happens is the mesh comes in naked, but you're wearing clothes underneath it, It's like, woohoo, refreshing. Right.
Well, thank you all for listening patiently. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Beth, for an informative and interesting presentation. And I love the ad. Yes, it's my dear friend. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Learning to Live on Mars. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and also explore the hypergrade resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 to 2:30 p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Learning to Live on Mars. Our speaker is Mike Laurie, and Mike was editor of the Neil Stephenson Quicksilver MetaWeb Wiki, in which he helped flesh out the virtual world of the novel Snow Crash and other works by Stephenson. A military veteran, Mike was a member of the Extropy Institute, which pioneered early VR concepts. After joining Second Life in 2006, he built one of the largest estates on the grid, developed the first virtual stock exchanges, and was a frequent guest on the popular Treat TV show and Metanomics. He then capitalized the first commercial OpenSim grid, Central Grid, and members of his team were part of the original LibSL group that built the tools that made OpenSim possible. Mike currently serves as chairman of the exhibits committee of the International Spaceflight Museum that has facilities in both SL and OS grid of kitely.com. I want to give you some housekeeping. Please check out the website, conference.opensimulator.org, for more about this specific speaker, but all speakers and a full schedule of the rest of the events for this conference. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets at OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. All right, welcome everyone, and let's begin the session. Mike, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, great. Thank you. Merry Krampus. All right, so with that out of the way, thanks everybody for coming. So yeah, we've been talking about a project that we've been doing for the ISM here in OpenSim. We've been working on it for the past few years, and we're going to be opening it up to being able to be used by the public for training in early 2022. So for those familiar with the International Spaceflight Museum, we started in 2006 in Second Life, and we have two regions still in Second Life. You may have visited our rocket ring there that's been featured in a number of media articles. We feature full-scale exhibits of all the world's rockets. And so a few years ago, we decided to open up here in OpenSim because we could get a lot more bang for our buck in terms of land and space and so forth, because our two regions in Second Life are getting kind of cramped. We still operate them alongside the National Space Society, and ISM is now a Texas-based 501c3. Your donations are welcome. We are in Kitely now. We've expanded to an 8x8 region where the normal museum exhibits that replicate what we have in Second Life are now in a 4x4 section of that 8x8, and we started to develop training simulator spaces for teaching people about colonizing different places in the solar system. So the first example of this that's nearing fruition is our Mars base, and the idea is that it's not just something for people to come and take a look at and see the pretty exhibits and so forth. Our plan is to implement scripted devices throughout the entire exhibit that are fully interactive. So let me start with the slides here. So we've got, when you first arrive, you wind up at our landing spot, and we have a fully operable SpaceX Starship rocket. The one on the left there is capable of ferrying people from our Mars base sim back to our area of the sim to our museum, and back and forth from our SpaceX launch tower there in the main museum. And they'll spend some time in quote unquote orbit, where you can enjoy zero gravity and so forth, and we'll get a little information about that. But the big focus is in our Mars base and the training stuff, and this is something that we're trying to take to a whole new level that isn't really seen much in OpenSim or Second Life. So what we're going to be doing is implementing some features with our scripted devices that really take things to a whole new level. So it's not just trying to make a facility that's got a realistic appearance and maybe have some things that you can operate. Every scientific technological device that's in here is going to be fully interactive, not just to be able to operate it, but it's going to have failure modes. So things will break down from time to time and you'll be able to troubleshoot them and then repair them. And everything will be fully documented so that people who want to train here can study the documentation like a textbook, you know, basically pre-train and use as a reference material for doing their interactive training work. And that'll also allow them to record their performance in these functions in terms of time and missteps and things like that. So when this is fully implemented, we'll have a fully operable curriculum so that people will be able to sign up on our website to become what's called analog astronauts, to enter this training, and when they complete the whole program, they'll get a certificate from us certifying that they've completed this program as a virtual analog astronaut. So you may have heard the term analog astronaut before. It's something that's used by the Mars Society and other organizations around the world that have facilities that allow people to who basically show that they have the training to enter these sort of programs, and they'll go to places like the Arctic and the Utah desert and other remote facilities that have been built to resemble what an early Mars base on an early base on Mars would look like. And the way they operate there is they live inside these modules most of the time, as just like they would be doing if they were living on Mars. And when they exit the modules, they wear a spacesuit. So doing like geological surveying and scientific work, anything outside, they work in their spacesuits. They use equipment that's been designed for astronauts and for use on planets. So it's a very realistic training experience. They log all their scientific data. So it's a very intense program that usually lasts between 3 to 6 months, depending upon the program. But it's those programs, there's limited availability of slots. There's only so many facilities around the world to be able to do those sort of things. And we're going to be seeing a lot more opportunities for people to colonize, particularly Mars, in the coming years, because if you've been paying attention to the media, Elon Musk and SpaceX are intending to help move as many as 1 million people from Earth to Mars in this century. And so that's a lot of moving. That also means a lot of training. Yeah, that's my dog in the background. And so we need to make training more accessible to more people, and as well as have sort of a pipeline where people can do their virtual training online, particularly when we have situations like we've all been dealing with COVID and everything, where everybody does everything remote now. And so this will help people decide if this is something really for them. Even if they decide against moving to Mars, they'll have learned a lot about what this is all about, and they understand both the feasibility and the difficulties and the amount of work that goes into these sort of things. And so setting up programs like this will help to pipeline people into more intensive in-person training. They'll prepare people for an actual colonization, migration that will happen sometime, late 2020s up into the 2030s is when things should be getting started with SpaceX. And so, who knows who else, what other companies or countries may be getting into the game. So
see some other things we've got here. So when you arrive in our region, you wind up at our landing point right next to the rocket landing pads. You are immediately asked to put on a spacesuit because you're in a vacuum and you're going to die, unless, of course, you're a droid like myself. And so we've got the free spacesuits so people can slap those on. And they have two choices. They can either get into the Mars vehicle there to the left and trundle over to a airlock to go straight into the base, or if, let's say, their ship has had some issues with onboard illnesses, then when people arrive, they'll go to the right into the doorway to the right, and goes down underground to some modules that they'll be quarantined in for a certain amount of time until they're demonstrated to be free of any illnesses that we don't want spreading to the population. And so once you get into the base, then we've got a number of things to look at. So a big important thing with living on Mars is energy. So we've got several forms of energy. This is a what's called an MP200 nuclear reactor. So it's a very simple reactor, has basically 5 moving parts, a control rod for the reactor core, and 4 Stirling generators, and each generator has 1 moving part. It only needs maintenance every 6 years. Very rugged, very durable, and it'll generate 200 kilowatts of energy as a base load for the base. And one of the big things that's important is rockets need to get back to Earth to bring more people here. And one of the things that makes this sort of program very economically feasible is what's called the Sabatier process. We need to, instead of hauling all the fuel we need to get back to Earth with from Earth, which is what earlier Mars exploration projects had expected and why they were so expensive, using what we call in situ resource utilization, or ISRU, we use the resources that are on Mars to make the things we need to live on Mars. So in this case, this little chemical plant we see right here takes carbon dioxide out of the Martian atmosphere. We take water from ice that's being found to be rather plentiful on Mars, even if it's underground. And so we put the water in the pink tank. We put the CO2 in the yellow tank. We split the water into liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So that gives us liquid oxygen as an oxidizer for the rocket engines. The liquid hydrogen and the carbon dioxide go into a induction coil based catalytic reactor that's got a bed of platinum pebbles in it. And the induction coil heats it all up, and it turns those gases into methane and water. And so then it goes through a condenser, and the water gets condensed out of that and winds up back in the H2O tank, and then the remaining gas is methane, and that goes through another condenser and goes into that red tank, which says CH4, which is methane. So now we wind up with liquid methane, liquid oxygen. We refuel our rocket, send it home to get more people, more cargo, and more equipment. And so that's how we make this an economical thing. And so you see in the background, we've got some windmills up on the rim of the crater there. And so some people may say, well, Mars really doesn't have much atmosphere. How can you use windmills? Well, the fact is that even though Mars' atmosphere is only 6 millibars of pressure, now Earth sea level is 1,000 millibars, so that seems rather thin. But carbon dioxide is about 30% denser than oxygen and nitrogen. And secondly, the average wind speeds on Mars range from 60 to 120 kilometers per hour. So when you calculate all those factors in, wind power on Mars is almost as useful as it is here on Earth. Cows for Mars, right? But they require a lot of food that you got to grow as well. Okay, so next thing we got is, so you arrive here and you can see this another style of windmills here on the right of this image. And these are helical windmills that are lower power, but they're easier to maintain. And so we wind up at the base here. So this front module we see is sort of a 3-decker module. That's based on the original Mars Direct designs that Dr. Robert Zubrin designed back in the 1990s. And so that'll be the first module that gets erected on Mars. And so the first team lives in there, and then they start setting up large 3D printing machines that will use Mars resources to create Martian concrete. They'll be gathering iron and nickel asteroids that have fallen on Mars for billions of years to create Martian steel. They'll be gathering silicon to create Martian glass. And with these types of materials, they'll be building all the other modules that we need there on Mars. And so while they're living in this first module, that will be covered in what's called regolith, which is just Martian dirt to provide radiation protection because the Martian atmosphere is thin. And so then we can start building more modules that you see behind there. Now, this is one of the pieces of equipment that we use for gathering Martian resources. These are called Rasor machines. And so they're basically robots that have these drums on the front and back that rotate, and they scoop up Martian dirt into those drums. When they fill up, they rotate upward over the bin. They turn in the reverse direction, dump all the soil in the bin. When the bin's full, the robot goes and it delivers all that stuff to a refinery that separates it all and delivers the refined materials to 3D printers. And so there's lots of opportunities for learning to maintain things. Here we've got a garage here for the Mars rover vehicles. And here we've got also solar power. Now solar is kind of useful on Mars. It's slightly less intense sunlight on Mars than on Earth because Mars is 40% further away. But again, the atmosphere is thinner, at least when there's no dust storms, so you can get gather a lot of solar power. So once we start building modules from local materials, the next big thing is we need to have sustainability to keep people alive, more than just water and air. Of course, we need food. So this is a combined living and agricultural module with a geodesic dome on top, using a model called the Universal Habitat that was pioneered by NASA engineer Greg Allison. Greg is a past president of the L5 Society, and he's got his Green Greg's channel on YouTube if you're into sustainable agriculture and permaculture. This is a larger agricultural module where we've tunneled deep into the ground and built a 4-story agricultural modules where we can bring in sunlight and illumination that's powered by electricity and grow rather intense levels of agriculture, both vine material species on the walls and up and down the columns, but in the fields area that you see in the brown areas of the floors there, that's all soil. And so we'll have everything from lettuce and corn to pears and strawberries and all kinds of stuff in between. And if you look down at the very bottom, there's a little cistern there. So underneath the bottom floor there is a basement that's filled with water. And so gathering water in this Mars base is going to be like, if you've ever read the novel Dune, how the people on Arrakis collect water underground. We're going to be doing the same thing on Mars, because even though there's a good amount of water on Mars, there's certainly not as much as there is on Earth, and it's all underground and frozen. So we collect the water, we melt it, we filter, clean it, and so forth. We distill it and we store it in our facilities here for long duration use, as well as recycling. Once we have a nice, good-sized Martian base going, then we're going to start building more, because one of the reasons for doing multiple bases is that there are different types of minerals in different areas of Mars. And so to be able to travel between those two places, particularly transporting cargo, you can waste a lot of energy flying it there or traveling on the surface and exposing whoever's transporting it to radiation, or we will be using tunnel boring machines to build hyperloops on Mars. Now you may wonder, why hyperloops? Well, if you've ever looked at all the companies that Elon Musk invests in, he's basically looking at core technologies that are needed on Mars, and he's figuring out how to get markets on Earth to capitalize their development by creating markets for them here. So he created Tesla cars because there's no oil on Mars, so you need electric cars on Mars. He created Solar City because, again, there's no oil on Mars. SpaceX, obviously, to get there. He created the Boring Company to develop tunnel boring machines, and so on and so forth. So when you understand that whole idea, then you start seeing how he's got a rather holistic view of development. So that's basically the whole presentation so far. And so here I am on my Hyperloop train, riding around in we've got a nice 2-kilometer loop underground that you can ride on. And it will break down from time to time, and you'll have to fix that. So that's that. Any questions?
All right. Hey, Mike, I wanted to ask you, so how do you get for these builds? How are you getting how to recreate these specific rockets and things that you're putting in here?
I do a lot of research online with what's going on with for instance with SpaceX rockets. I'm keeping tabs on their designs, their dimensions. I can tell you exactly how the Raptor rocket engine works, so on and so forth. So I delve deeply into a lot of that stuff online. If you're into this sort of thing, I actually recommend a couple different YouTube channels. There's What About It is a great space YouTube channel. There's Space Eccentric, which is another great one that focuses on SpaceX. And then there's Everyday Astronaut, which Tim Dodd runs, and is actually quite educational on a lot of different topics. So if you're into that sort of thing, check those channels out. They're really excellent.
Awesome. Any other questions before we let Mike disappear into space? All right. Well, Mike, thank you so much for sharing your time and information with us. I think a lot of people are going to be heading your way.
Great. We're always open for volunteers, particularly if you're into scripting. We want to accelerate this process. And and we are offering money for people that want to do scripting for us. So give me a ring.
All right. So as a reminder to our audience, you're going to want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. It's entitled Animesh is Coming. Animesh is coming. Get excited. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region, and to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources, you can go to OSCC Expo 2 region. And you can see sponsor and crowdfunder booths are located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions, so feel free to open your map and jump around and enjoy yourselves. I want to thank you again. Thanks again to our speakers and to the audience for coming, and we'll see you again here at 2:30. everyone. Welcome back to the 2:30 to 3 p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce a presentation called Animesh is Coming. Our speaker is Kayaker Magic, and Kayaker brought more than 4 decades of real-life programming experience to writing scripted objects for OpenSim. He teaches classes every week on using the 3D modeling program Blender to create objects in World. Definitely check those out. He's been learning how to use animesh to increase the functionality of objects while decreasing their lag on systems. A little housekeeping, check out our website found at conference.opensimulator.org for his speaker bio, as well as details of sessions and future things scheduled throughout this conference. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. So welcome everybody here and on YouTube. Let's begin the session. Kayaker, it's up to you.
Hello, thank you for that great intro. As you heard, I've been excited about Animesh. It's been available in Second Life for a while, and we got it, it seems, only recently on OpenSim, and I don't think it's been used very much yet. And so the whole point of this talk is I'm hopefully not going to read my slides to you. I'll let you read them. And I'm going to drag out a bunch of things. And the first couple are not going to be Animesh. I'm going to explain the past. And then I'm going to drag out a bunch of Animesh things. And the whole point is to get all the creators here in OpenSim excited like me to make more Animesh objects, which is going to make our experience much better. And as you heard, it's going to make the experience less laggy on the servers. And I'm always trying to be nice to the servers. But before I get to Animesh, let me show you a few things that that are not Animesh. And the idea is that I want to talk about what did we do in the past? How did we animate things? And it seems a shame sometimes that creators in Second Life and OpenSim went to tremendous efforts to make things animated when you know, the right way to do it probably would have been Animesh all along. This particular critter here is a dinosaur that I made, and I animated the legs by doing something that's called puppeteer animation. Oh, perhaps you heard the step. Oh, I forgot that she makes noise when her feet lands.
Scare me when she walks.
But a puppeteer animation means that you make something out of prims, and each joint has to be a separate prim. So in her case, she's got a thigh bone and a foreleg bone and a foot bone, and each one of those prims is a separate object that was linked together. And then you have to write a mountain of script in order to make them move in that natural way. And it's a tremendous amount of work. And it's a shame that graphic systems should be able to do this with rigged meshes. And we finally have the ability to do that with Animesh. So that's one form of animation that is bad on the server, because all of these parts have to have extra vertices in order to make them complete, and then you have to have a tremendous amount of a script to move them around, and the script uses up server time, and then it also uses up a tremendous amount of bandwidth sending messages to all the viewers saying, move this leg bone, move that foot bone, move this bone, move that bone. So there's a lot of communication burning up the internet to make those legs move. And Animesh is going to be better. But before I tell you why Animesh is better, let me tell you about another form of animation that people used a lot. And the dinosaur uses this. Let's call her Sue. And this isn't the three-headed dog guarding Hades. In order to make her head turn back and forth, I used something called transparency animation, where I actually made, how many heads is this? I've forgotten. It's 6 heads and 2 jaws, or maybe 4 jaws. And as she looks around, I have to make different heads transparent and other heads visible in order to make it look like she's turning her head. And this uses up a lot of system resources because it turns out that to send a message to change a transparency is a large packet of data. To move a bone, a prim, is a small packet, but doing transparency animation uses up a lot of bandwidth, sending messages to make different parts transparent. So that's two forms of animation that we've used in the past. There's another one that is, you're going to think this looks about the same. Do you see the blue critter here? This blue critter uses something called Sculpty animation. And as a matter of fact, if you look in the Second Life wiki, they're going to tell you, don't do this. And in Sculpty animation, what actually happens is every time one of these legs move, I change the sculpt. So each leg has like 6 different sculpts and they're switching back and forth between them all. And it turns out this uses a large packet of information. It uses up a lot of bandwidth. And it also used to cause problem for the physics engine. But fortunately, we can make the legs phantom now. And I think they aren't a big burden on the physics engine like they used to be. So maybe it's not so bad that I use this form of animation, but it's also a lot of scripting work and a lot of bandwidth. And this is all fixed by using animesh. By the way, I'm not going to teach you animesh, how to do animesh in the next hour, or I mean 10 minutes or however much time I have left. Oh, I have something that I'm trying to set up here. This is a form of animation that actually works pretty good in Second Life and OpenSim, and this is texture animation. The advantage of texture animation is that it uses resources on the viewers, so the viewers can make textures slide around or make them animated in several different ways, rotating and sliding, and then showing cells. And so if you're good with designing UV maps, you can use this to do all sorts of amazing things. Like I made the lava in this mesh object flow, and I've used it to make lights that blink by moving a texture through a light bulb more rapidly than this. And if the texture has black spots and white spots in it, then the light blinks on and off. And then the viewer makes the light blink, and the server doesn't have to do the timing work, and the server doesn't have to send messages over the internet and bog down the bandwidth in order to just make a light blink. And you're not going to believe that this is texture animation. It's sort of a combination of what I showed you before, this flag. It's sort of a combination of transparency animation and texture animation, where there's actually 2 flags there, and each one is becoming opaque and transparent in the right order to make it look like the flag is flapping. But the animation, the changing of the textures is done using texture animation. So the server is doing all the work there and making the flag look like the server is waving it, but it's not. So that's actually something that worked out pretty well before when we didn't have animesh. So that's more than enough time on the past. Another thing I've heard people say is that NPCs are the same thing as animesh, right? We already have NPCs. Why do we need animesh? Well, there's a lot of reasons. I'm just going to get rid of this dinosaur here, which at the moment he won't let me. I must be clicking on the walls. The NPCs have a lot of problems, and the first one is that only certain people, like region owners or region estate managers, are allowed to start NPCs. And so as a merchant, I can't sell an NPC on the Kitely market because a lot of people will get it and discover that they don't have permission to use it. And what is, I see a comment going by there, but I can't read it. Right, there are pros and cons for both. The NPCs are kind of hard on the server. They're almost as hard on the server as having another person show up at your venue, whereas an animesh is just another mesh prim. And once you download an animation into it, then it continues running without the server having to send it any more commands and without any bandwidth. And so that's I think you're going to find animesh to be much easier on the server because you're distributing the processing for making something move into the viewers and leaving the server alone for doing the things the server does good, like the physics and organizing things and telling everybody what they're supposed to be seeing next. So animesh is not the same as NPCs, and I think in many ways they're a lot better. So how do we, oh, there's one more form of animation that I didn't mention, and that is you're probably familiar with, it's possible to make something spin using a LSL call called set, target omega. And so it's easy to make something spin and the viewer does all the work. And so this is great on the server. And I've seen people try and build machines this way, and it works great on circular parts, but it can't do reciprocal motion. And that's a shame because people want to build models of steam engines. And I'm going to click on this and okay, that stopped. So you can't do reciprocal motion with target omega. Wait a minute, that's going up and down. So this actually is an animesh object. And so I can make it spin around and I can also make it move back and forth. And I'm discovering that it's even easier to make animesh machines than it is to make rigged clothing. And so that's a wonderful advantage of another wonderful advantage of animesh. So how do you? I want everyone here who at least who is a creator to learn how to do this for the benefit of our servers and for the benefit of each other. And so I use Blender, and the answer to the question, if anybody asks you, say, do you know, can Blender do, and the answer is yes before they finish the question, because Blender can do everything. But it's not always that easy. And when I wrote this list, I thought, well, it's easy. Even I learned it. You make a 3D model, blah, blah, blah. You do all these steps. It's like, oh my God, there are more steps there than I remember. And you say, okay, well, I'm willing to learn all those steps. And then you discover there are a few other problems. Well, but let me get to that in another slide. There are a bunch of tools to make things better. For example, there's a tool, Avastar, that's been around for a while. But the Avastar people pissed me off, and I assume a lot of other people, because it took them 2 years to come out with a version of Avastar for Blender 2.8. I'm told that it's buggy and it's gotten more expensive. And fortunately, that 2-year delay caused there to be some competition. And there's a product called Bento Buddy, which I can't recommend, but I hear good things about it. And among other things, I'm glad to see the Avastar monopoly broken by somebody else. And so I think that is a good move. But I'm a cheapskate, and I especially refuse to pay Avastar nowadays, because they took my money once and then they didn't give me a new version or even offer me an upgrade for 2 years. So I've been trying to find out, how can I just use Blender, because the answer to the question is, can Blender do it? Yes, Blender can do anything. So I've been been learning, or if learning from many other people, of course, and discovering by myself how to get Blender to do everything. Avastar used to be free updates, but starting with Blender 2.8, they I think they charge a $40 for a copy and then $20 a year to keep your subscription working. That's it's getting more expensive part. So so once you have made a mesh and you have rigged it, the next step is animating it. And I've used Quavimator for what seems like a decade or more. But of course, it only works on avatars, and it's very old, and it's no longer supported, and it doesn't handle the new bones in the bento body. And so I can't use it anymore. I'm forced to learn something else. Now, Avastar has some very impressive looking tools for making animations, but I haven't used them. I'm hoping that Bento Buddies has tools like that. And if you try and use Blender, and Blender, of course, can do anything. Blender knows how to make animations. So if you try and use Blender, it's going to it doesn't work out very well. It needs a plugin like Avastar to help you, unless you're such a cheapskate as me. There's ways to use Blender to make animations and then tweak them to fix the problems. The problems are all coordinate system problems. And I have a friend, Owlies, who may be here today, who's working on a new plugin that he's going to give away for free for Blender that saves animation files correctly. And he has a version of that available at that URL that you can play with, a pre-release version. So you heard me say that I like building, I found it easy to build machines. So here is a dirt bike I'm working on. And the plan with the dirt bike is that this is a single prim, and yet it has all the parts necessary, moving parts that are moved not by being separate prims and moving the prims. They're moved by making animation files. So there's an animation file that makes the front and the rear wheels bounce up and down. And if I click on that, they bounce slower and slower, depending on which animation file it's running. There's an animation to turn the wheel left and turn the wheel right and so on. And there's even an animation to make the wheel spin. That's not spinning yet. Oh, that's not it either. Somehow I skipped over the wheel spinning. But here's all of the rules. Actually, I keep finding more rules that Linden Labs never seems to do anything in the logical way. They always take something that they had before and they kludge it until it kind of does something new. So instead of giving us a better system avatar, they kludged it with wearable avatars, and the system avatar is still there underneath it and invisible and wasting CPU cycles. They could have given us mesh a long time ago, and instead they did a kludge called Sculpties. And they could have done animesh as a new type of object, but instead they sort of kludged the mesh avatars until they didn't have to be worn to be working. And so we ended up with all these funny rules. You can only use the bento bone names. And so if you were to look inside this motorcycle, you would find that it has a pelvis, because every avatar is required to have a pelvis. And then it has a torso bone, which is used to turn the steering wheel left and right, or the handlebar left and right. And then it has a chest bone, which is used to cause the springs to compress up and down as the motorcycle runs over bumps. And then it uses the neck bone to spin the wheel around. And I keep laughing about this, but I've never tried it. If I was to run this on an avatar, it would make your head spin around instead of the wheel. And then the rear wheel and the frame are bouncing up and down using an M-tail bone, and the rear wheel spins on one of the M-tail bones as well. So you have to find a way to contort the system bones, or you have to use the system bone names. But rule number 3 up there, I think, is that you have to obey the hierarchy. So you're not allowed to have the chest bone and the torso bone each doing something different, because whenever the torso bone rotates, it rotates the chest bone with it. And so you have to obey the hierarchy. And in order to make the rear wheels turn, I had to use a bone, M-tail 1, that is independent from the chest. At any rate, it's the rules just go on, and I shouldn't even talk about them all, but they make my life miserable. Here's a fun slide. The way Linden Labs apparently did this is, if you load an animesh and it's missing some bones, it inserts the bones for you in the right order. So if you put the bones out of order, they get moved back into order, which causes your mesh to be contorted unless you obeyed the hierarchy. And if you don't have bones, like I have a whale. Oh, and here I'll drag the whale out here for you to look at it. I have a whale, and of course, whales, as you know, don't have legs. And I'm having the wall problem. Whales don't have legs, but Linden Labs, as they loaded my whale animesh, they felt the need to add legs. And so in that slide, you see that the whale has, is that whale flying out here yet? No. So the whale has leg bones, but they're just hanging down. They don't, they aren't animated by any of my animations, so I never noticed that somebody stuck them in. And some of these objects, it's really fun to watch them at work, because these red pictures were made by using the developer menu in Firestorm to make the bone, what is it called? I think it's called the collision skeleton, visible. And so it's fun to watch some of these things bounce around and go through strange contortions, because I made something that wasn't supposed to be an avatar, and yet there's an avatar body inside it. So these rules, they make my job miserable, because there's all sorts of things I want to do that an avatar doesn't need to do, but that means animesh isn't allowed to do it. This is supposed to be a sail for a sailboat, and it's flapping in the wind. So I thought this was going to be great. I would build a tall ship. I would put 14 sails on it. All of the sails would be flapping in the wind, and life would be great. But there aren't enough bones in the bento avatar to make all the sails flap. I'm not allowed to make each sail a copy of each other with the same bones, because the bones are all moved together, and all the rules conspire to make it impossible to build a sailboat with a lot of sails. Maybe a sloop with 3 sails. I can use the left and the right hand and the face bones for the spinnaker. But then I'd run out of bones for some of the other parts of the boat that I want, and so I'm unhappy about that kludge. And I teach a class every Wednesday, and if I forget to mention it, I've invited everyone at OSCC to come to that class and watch me do a speed build of a mesh object. And in that class, one of my students a couple weeks ago said, "You must hate animesh." I skipped. Did I skip a slide? Because it's supposed to be talking about how these rules ruin my day. You must hate animesh. Well, no, I don't hate it. I wish that I could do more things with it, but I'm finding a lot of things I can do. I can't do the sailboat I want, and I can't do water. I had this vision that I would make water out of animesh, and this is just an 8x8 patch of water, so it has 64 bones. And well, animesh, you're allowed to have 159 bones, so that should be enough. But most of those bones are used up in the hierarchy, and you can't find 64 of them that are free to move independently. Like the M-tail 1 moves the M-tail 2 and the 3 and the 4 and the 5 and the 6. And so all of those 6 bones, you can only use one of them to make an independently moving bone. So no, I don't hate animesh. I just wish I could do more. However, there's only so many hours in the day, and I can't finish. I can't make all the things I want to make that stay inside the rule. And so it's probably just as well that there are rules preventing me from making everything in the universe. So I don't have, as it turns out, a Expo speakers booth, because I have something better. In Expo Zone 4, booth 22, I have the ocean engineering booth there, and it's much larger. So I have dinosaurs wandering around there, and I have sailboats to show off. And most of the animesh objects that you see here on the stage, I have them sitting out there, and you can click on them. And every time you click on, here's a rule of animesh: you're not allowed to left click on them. You're only allowed to right click on them. So if you right click and hit touch, I guess you have to know that because I don't have a sign, they will switch between one animation and the next. And so you can see all the animations. People are starting to click on them already. You can see all the animations that they have inside. Obviously, some of these things didn't have animations to start with. So how can you learn to do this? And the answer is, of course, you have to learn Blender. And then you have to learn all of these special rules about OpenSim. And a lot of there are a million tutorials on YouTube, but most of them don't talk about specific OpenSim issues. And so I had to figure a bunch of stuff out myself, and now I'm trying to share it with everyone. I have a class every Wednesday morning, and like I said, next Wednesday is a special OSCC class. And I also got tired of doing the beginner stuff every Wednesday morning, and so I started a YouTube channel, and it's a terrible channel. It has horrible production quality because it's just a Blender screen and me talking, and its editing is awful, but it has the essential information. For example, the thing that bugs me about a lot of tutorials is that they try and make you memorize the shortcut keys. So everybody knows that you hit A to do this, and Control A to do that, and capital D to do that, and lowercase d to do something else. And you have to memorize like 128 keycaps before you can use Blender. And I say, no, you can learn Blender without memorization first. So I teach that in my YouTube channel. And it doesn't have a Patreon channel, and I'm not trying to monetize it. It's just trying to get the information out there. Also, Mike Laurie, who gave the talk before this one, he teaches a Blender class every Sunday in Kitely. And so you could go to that one as well. And as a matter of fact, I often show up there. And when Mike forgets to come and teach his own class, I am the guest lecturer. That has happened. And let's see. I am going to have to run, but you can go to Expo Zone 4, and I have copies of all these slides there. There's animesh for you to click on there. I'm not going to be there after this talk because I have a family Christmas event to get to, but I will be around the conference all day tomorrow, and you may interrupt me anytime and ask any question about Blender. And if I know the answer, I'll even tell it to you.
All right, Kayaker. Gosh, thank you so much. And you guys, in the slides that he's talking about, you can pick up that, and there is, he has the link to his YouTube channel as well in here. So you can get it all at his booth in Expo Zone 4, booth 22. So Kayaker Magic, thank you so much. Have a good holiday celebration. And thank you for sharing all your fantastic insights into Animesh.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon track of the OpenSimulator Community Conference, the panel on writing and creativity in virtual worlds. We're going to talk about how virtual worlds can inspire creativity, can nurture creativity, and can become a tool for creativity. And today we have some fantastic people on our panel today. First of all, we have Ann Cudworth, who's a storyteller, Emmy Award-winning storyteller, and the author of 2 books, Virtual World Design and Extending Virtual Worlds Advanced Design for Visual Environments. So if anybody knows how to use virtual worlds for stuff, she's going to be the person to talk about that. We also have Donna Kaiser, an educator, historian, artist, radio broadcaster, storyteller, and virtual world builder. And we have with us Cynthia Colon, also known as Lir Lobo, who's at the end of the couch there, who's a professor at Parker University, a VR researcher, and a member of the OCC organizing committee. And her team recently won a $25,000 grand prize for their space simulation, and she received the Thinker Award for her passion for virtual world education. So thanks everybody for coming here. And we're gonna give a quick 5-minute introduction of what we guys do, and then we're gonna talk about what virtual worlds means for us in creativity. So I'm gonna start off with a little bit about what I'm doing in virtual worlds. My name is Maria Korolov. I'm the editor of Hypergood Business, and I'm the editor of a new magazine called Metastellar, which is about science fiction and fantasy. I'm the author of the Crim Books series of novellas, and I posted all the links here on this slide. And my email is maria@hypergoodbusiness.com. If anybody wants to contact me, absolutely feel free to do that. I've been covering OpenSim since 2009, and I've really been inspired by how the metaverse and virtual worlds in general have been showing up in fiction. And I'm a huge fan of this genre, of The Matrix, of Snow Crash, of Ready Player One, of Tron. And when I discovered OpenSim and Second Life, I was incredibly motivated by it, particularly a few years before I start actually writing in it. The genre that I write in is kind of like lit RPG or game lit adjacent. And some of the aspects of these books are that they're set in a virtual world, like Matrix or Ready Player One. Often they will include gameplay mechanics. So for example, there might be a page in the book that shows you the stats of the main characters. And that's where it goes more into the lit RPG side of it. So it involves more of the technical discussion. It often involves progression as players go through level up. And often these stories are about what it means to be human, what it means for things to be real, what it means for people to be sentient. So I love this topic, and I write about this. So I have 10 finished novellas, the first 2 of which are already up on Amazon. And thanks to you guys from Hypergood Business, both of them made the Amazon bestseller list in their categories multiple times. So I really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. The other 8 here are all available for free on my website, crim.world. And I will be posting them up on Amazon as they finish their editorial process. So it's the beta copies that are up online right now. So, and I have a work in progress that I've posted 9 short chapters so far. And all of these books are set in the Crim virtual world, which is loosely, maybe not so loosely, based on what I've seen in OpenSim and Second Life. So, it's kind of like Terry Pratchett meets, Neil Stephenson, something like that. So, so yeah, that's what I'm doing. Definitely check those out if you want free copies. I would love to learn what you guys think. And I'm also the editor of Metastellar magazine, which we launched last fall. Since then, we've had we're up to 15,000 page views a month. We've had more than 200 contributors. We've published hundreds of short stories, and everybody's welcome to contribute short stories and reviews of books, of movies, of video games, everything. We cover video games. We write about narrative fiction. We've had narrative fiction writers and video game writers on our Metastellar YouTube channel. So this is a topic that we very, very much care about, and we'd love to have you guys contribute. All the covers I made myself. I had a couple of designers for the first two. I didn't like their designs. I'm going to try again with like real artists because I really don't like the way my covers look. But I can't like explain to a designer what I want in a cover because I don't really have the visual language of the covers. So it's something that I need to learn how to do. And it is on my to-do list. So that's what I'm doing. So Anne, can you tell us what you are doing in storytelling and in virtual worlds?
Okay, well, thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for that intro. For those folks in the audience, I'm going to be pasting in my transcript so you can read what I'm saying. And first batch is coming in right now. Okay, hi. My name is Ann Cudworth, as you know, and since 2007, I've been an avatar named Annabelle Fanshaw in all the virtual worlds that I visit. And for many years, I've been fortunate to create Sims with talented people such as Vicky Brandenburg, Leighton Destiny, Red Rand, Aaron Oberlander, Vic Streeter, and many, many others. I work as a set designer for television and film in real life, so I'm trained to create designs that support the narrative of a movie, a play, or even a commercial. What came later, and my virtual world experience contributed significantly to this, was the urge to write virtual environments that told stories by interacting with their visitors. The attraction between a player and the game that transports them to another world is the real currency of our video games. But the experience is more transcendent in a virtual world. I would like to share 5 anecdotal stories based on the themes we found in our interactive games and the stories they lived in. As we go, I will share links. Have the next slide, thank you. It's up, I see. This was one of our very first. Once Vicky and I kind of got our feet wet. There you go. It's about how we stumbled into game design. In 2008, the magic of scripting inspired us to build a season-changing sim, which we called Trees. But we didn't realize that by giving our visitors the power to control the season change with a vocal command, that we would be giving them a new game. Soon after we completed the sim, we discovered that our visitors would shout winter to freeze over the pond, run out on the ice, shout summer, which would phantomize the ice prims and drop everyone into the water. And they would repeatedly do this. So that was my first gaming aha moment. After that, we realized how engaged our visitors would become with an environment, and we wanted to do more. And the link below is to my Flickr site, which will show you many more pictures of that particular sim. Next slide, please. Then we decided to build a sim called Alchemy. And the theme in this sim was when abandoned, the whole world falls apart. This was 2009. And I wrote a very short story about the rise and fall of hope in a civilization that had been abandoned by its mentors. And this was the first time I'd ever written a backstory for a virtual environment. And the story is told through a chat in a scripted tour vehicle that the visitors would take around the sim. At the end of the tour, they were invited to hunt for artifacts left by that abandoned civilization. And we observed our gaming visitors and learned about the intense focus a player will bring to a game, even if the backstory is not directly related to the gameplay. They would develop their own games again. And then as the sim developed, we created lots of unusual aquatic animals. One of them was known as the Watcher. It was an enormous anemone, which would point its tentacles towards anybody nearby. And in the final days, as we were getting ready to shut that sim down, we embellished the backstory to recreate the mentor's departure and the dramatic rescue of the Watcher just before the ultimate destruction of the environment. That went on for a week or two as we blew the whole thing up. Next slide, please. Then it was the 6th birthday for Second Life, and we decided to build some pop-up books. And these were interactive. If you walked up and clicked on them, they would open up. It was our inspirational compass was swinging in another direction at that point. I wanted to write more stories, so I did. I wrote a story for each one of them, including using the history of the alchemy sim. And we synchronized the presentation of the story with text chat, as well as pop-up images that came up out of the book. So the Anvil, Acorn, Anvil, and Mermaid, The History of Alchemy, and Chiron's Children may never become bestsellers, but we enjoyed building them. And below that is a link to some more images for you. Slide, please. Next one. Okay.
Is it taking? It's taking you a while to res it for you to see it.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah.
The next one that we built was for the IBM Sims. This one was called Inland Search for the Sigh. There's a trailer at the bottom, one of the links to a trailer on YouTube. This was a very complicated story-driven sim that was based on epistolary information from our main character's diary. There were sequential levels that included a hunt for artifacts, and you would, once you had to collect these artifacts, you could assemble them into a key that would allow you to travel to other layers within the build, and eventually you would morph into another kind of being, which allowed you to eventually finish the game. And that was very popular. We had a very strong following with that, and a big leaderboard, a big competition in the leaderboard. So next slide, please. Okay. The last one I'm going to talk about tonight is a game build that I did called 3 Billy Goats Gruff. This was a game that was only sound. On the left side of the slide, you can see what the basic symbol layout was as you walked into the game, and you can, on the right side, you can see what the game looked like with its cover off. You would be inside a black box and not be able to see anything inside there, but you did see that key to the layout as you were entering. Within the box was a series of sound emitters, which would generate the sounds from various things like the goat barn or the troll hall or the market in town. And you had to navigate your way utilizing your ears rather than your eyes. The ultimate goal was to find a baby goat who had gotten lost and to bring them to the orchard. It developed out of my interest in audiobooks and the creation of a literal soundscape, and my desire to open up people's idea about what a game could be in a virtual world. So again, at the bottom of that is a YouTube clip. It's actually the trailer from the first book I wrote. So there is a lot of other stuff on there as well. And that's all I have to say for now. And there are some links to what I've been doing. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome. What are you working on next?
Right now I'm writing. So what I'm working on is worlds created with words. So I just finished a novel, getting ready to send that out for agents, and starting my next one. I write in the speculative fiction, science fiction, fantasy realm.
Any connection to virtual worlds?
Some of the some of the stories I write have virtual worlds in them, but I sort of consider the literary environment to be a virtual world in itself. So, so I don't necessarily reference a structure like Second Life unless it's part of the game, or unless it's part of a character's interests.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that when it comes out, or beta copies if you want to share them. I love reading that kind of stuff.
Well, I'll let you know.
And that goes for anyone here. If anybody here wants to form a writers group focusing on virtual worlds, look me up. So our next storyteller, Donna Kaiser, is also a virtual world builder, and you can see her bio up there. And Donna, can you tell us what you are working on in terms of storytelling and creativity and virtual worlds?
Well, thank you, Maria. Thank you for having me. Basically, I would say that just about everything I work on that has anything to do with virtual worlds is creating a story. And what, let's see, the next slide. What I'd like to really talk about right at the beginning here is the idea of lateral storytelling. And that is this idea that you have many, many micro stories within one larger overarching story. And these micro stories are, each of them is its own complete tiny, tiny story that is also interconnected with larger stories. And to focus this even more, I would just like to talk a little bit about the natural curiosity that human beings have for the pathways. That which is unknown, that's something that is beyond, in this particular slide, the gate. This gate happens to be the start of something called the Lost Merchants Trail. It was a region that I used for my Kitely store for a while, and I simply couldn't bring myself to just set up a store. It evolved itself into a story. And so as you walk along the trail and you find out what's around the corner and you find out what comes next over the hill, down the hill, you encounter different things that you can click on, and everything along this trail has a story in it, every tree. People who know me know that I like to build trees and I like to do things out in nature. And so you walk along the trail and you can click on a tree and you can read the story, but also all along the trail there are different, the parcels that we create, and each of those is also part of the story. And so it's the natural curiosity of the human being that I like to draw on to attract them into the story. And let's go on to the next slide. And this next build, now this one is in a different platform. This is in Signspace. And I call this one Betwixt Land and Water because what this is, there's a path, but the path is made out of water. And it's a path and a puzzle, basically, because you have to figure out if you want to get to the tree that you see there in the distance. It's not really a maze so much as it's an enjoyable wandering in the winter, in the snow, to get to your destination, which is the tree. And the tree has its own story. It's The region is called Steam Lake Winter, or it's called Steam Lake, and it's in the winter right now. And the tree is kind of like a carnival ride where it rotates and the branches go up and down, and there are dances on each branch. And so it's also set up for a party. And I created this when I was doing more events in Science Space and broadcasting music. And so, and the tree is steam driven. And so you can catch glimpses of this huge pipe that goes down into the ground, and again, drawing on that natural curiosity. And there's also a tugboat launch, and you'll discover, if you are brave enough, that the gates will actually slide open and let your boat go through and then slide back together. Next slide, please. And so this idea of the pathway, drawing the reader, you might say, drawing. I'm a big fan of the Mist and Uru games, and so this idea of exploring, because you just want to know what's around the next bend. This one I call the destination puzzle, because the chapel is sometimes a destination, but how you don't even know it exists, first of all, unless you explore. And then this picture was taken from an angle where you're not quite sure where the road or the path starts, but you know where it ends. And so the puzzle is to figure out which turn to take to actually get to the destination that you want to get to. Next slide, please. And then all of this is still in Steam Lake, and this one I call Curiosity's Choice, because it is part of our natural curiosity to make a choice. There are actually 3 paths that you can choose from here, maybe even 4. One goes to the right, one goes forward. There's one you can't see that goes off to the left. I call it the slide hill, but I haven't actually figured out how to make a toboggan slide animation that works all the time. And then where we're standing here is on the ice. And so there is actually something hidden down one of these paths. But if you happen to go there, you can walk down that path and see which one that is. And so part of the joy of writing a story in a lateral storytelling, the process is that every corner has, there's a story. There's many micro stories, and all of these together build on the larger story. And you can jump into the story at any point, and it will start building itself. And so there's not really a beginning, and there's not really an end that you have that doesn't dictate the flow for you. You can just wander and explore and find things, and there might be micro games in there, and there might be other micro puzzles in there as well. Next slide, please. And then this last slide that I'm going to talk about, this is actually part of the work that I do now. I'm just putting up a couple links here. This is the Ageless Mind Project .org, and a daughter organization is Music is Brain Food. This is our expo exhibit. We're on Expo Region 3 in booth 12, and you can see there's pathways. One of my favorite things to do is the walkways, that there's signs that sort of give you a nudge as far as what the meaning of is this particular place. Now this is something I call the Mind Health Walk. And I want to bring this up because this is the kind of lateral storytelling that becomes your own story, because Ageless Mind Project is all about mind health and brain and body and emotional health through different activities, different puzzles, different ways of engaging your brain in different ways. And so there's different ideas and suggestions as you walk along this path. And there's some of the signs will give you some ideas about it, and some of the signs will simply be there for your curiosity or your imagination to decide what it actually means. And so it's meant to be an enjoyable and engaging and creative kind of walk for you to engage and express yourself. And that's all I have to say for right now. Thank you.
Oh, this is gorgeous. You've inspired me as I was watching your slides and listening to you talk. I'm thinking I need to build a virtual world map of my world. I need to like build the
Yeah.
castles where everything's set. I
Yeah.
need to build the battlefields.
Yeah.
And okay, I guess I got my 2022 all planned out now.
Yeah. My virtual worlds always starts with I love to landscape. And the Steam Lake region is in Sciencebase, but it's actually built. You can build your objects in Blender or in a 3D program, but you bring them into Unity, and then you can terraform. You know, just like we terraform in Second Life and OpenSim, but you terraform it in. You can do that right in Unity before you upload it, and I love to do that. So I always end up starting the region with the landscape, and there always ends up being pathways, and they might be these and the landscape makes the pathways. I very rarely use cobblestones or bricks or sidewalks or anything like that. I mean, the walkways that you see here in this image, that I created because I had one region that was mostly water, and of course we needed a way to get around to the water, and that creates its own story. You know, if you're going to fall in, if you're not going to fall in, if you're not careful, if you're careful. And so I always end up starting my regions with paths, and you can you can do so much with simple landscaping where the grass parts, where it doesn't part. You know, if something that goes around a corner and you don't know where it goes, you'll be surprised how often people will just follow that, because we are, as human beings, naturally curious.
That's so cool.
It's very rewarding.
All right, next we have Cynthia Colon, also known as Lura Lobo. And can you talk to us about how you see creativity in virtual worlds and stories?
Absolutely. Well, I love stories. I'm an avid reader. I must read over 200 books a year, maybe more, which isn't really very much, but it is when you're busy, right? For fiction, especially. And I love writers' conferences. So I have gone to like 18 writers' conferences physically. I've gone to a lot of them online as well, but this is where I go and meet with people, have lunch, have dinner. I had dinner with the guy who wrote Dexter. I had lunch with a good friend who wrote 7 of 9 for Star Trek Voyager, and so some of my Murder She Wrote, Sliders, you name it. I've hobnobbed with all of them, and for 9 years I just did it for my vacation. That's how I spent my vacation, was going to writers' conferences, and I loved it. Now, I have written and published, but it's been mostly research, right? And of course, the academic world thinks it's fiction. They're like, surely the things you do aren't real. And of course, because you're going to Mars, you're thinking about life in an improbable future that's not possible today. Now, I have 4 slides. And this first one, what I want you to look at on this, and I don't have it in my speakeasy, notice on the right that Andy Stricker, that's Spinoza Quinnell, has his cat on the back of his chair. That's something from life, isn't it? And we were celebrating a birthday, for his sister-in-law, and Barbara was there with us, but she was on Skype watching. And of course, this was a week before she died. And we all looked at his cat, and next thing you know, we all pulled mountain lions out and put them on our shoulders and on the backs of our chairs. And this is one of these art imitates life kind of moments that really makes you laugh and makes your heart sing and makes you think about why stories matter. And the fact that each of you has a story within you. Each of you can write. And of course, all of these things inspire me. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do on the speakeasy, you're going to see some bullets and some links pop up, and these are talks I've given. I give a lot of talks on how to write because I want to inspire the world to tell their stories. I want more people writing. Now, I know the people who publish and make money at books are like, whoa, hold it. Because when we have 4,000 new books being published every day, which was one of the metrics we noticed, a couple years ago, we're like, who has time to read all this stuff? And of course, to curate and to ensure that they're telling great stories. Well, here we're seeing a story. I call this The Last Christmas. And of course, it's just a simple visual. In fact, you're probably looking at it going, you're not a very good photographer, are you? Well, normally I take really great shots, but this one touched my heart. because I was watching as my friends were all playing, and one of them, JJ, fell underneath the deer, and the deer's kind of hugging JJ while Barbara's looking on, and we're all just thinking about, you know, what's in store for us in the future. Next slide. Now, the link I'm featuring in the text chat is about developing your voice. And I know you're going to hear this a few seconds after you see it, but it's this notion that I have a bunch of slides online that you're welcome to download. Of course, Scribd bought LinkedIn, bought Microsoft, bought SlideShare, right? The place where I curate all my content has been sold so many times that now it's a subscription service, but you can have a free account there. And my stuff is supposed to stay accessible, you know, to everyone for free. So hopefully they're not going to dishonor that agreement, right? Hey, take care, Mike. Have a good one. Here you're looking at Pompeii, and we decided to have Valentine's on Pompeii. So Andy creates not just Pompeii, but we're using chariot races and trying to have that authentic experience. And I'm thinking, hey, what could go wrong having Valentine's Day on Pompeii? You know, after pandemic, you know, and of course he has the volcano there too. So it's this notion of setting, this notion of we have people, we have places, and then next we have stories about things. So if you think about virtual worlds, these are places that, of course, encourage us, you know, to have a setting for a story, right? And of course, thanks to Rhiannon and to friends, they loaned their Vesuvius region, and I held a little workshop called The Writer's Craft, Writing on Fire, inside a volcano. And of course, all the workshop attendees came and the nonprofit commons. And my goal was for people to tell their stories, whether they're fiction or nonfiction, and to keep writing, keep reading, you know, not lose track of our culture, you know, not become so media rich that we lose track of the spoken and written word, right? And why it matters to us. Next slide, please. And of course, if you look up those slides about the Vesuvius thing, the volcano, the book that's in front of me floating, as you see my avatar, I didn't feature an image here, but it happens to be a short story I did for the Lit Fest that was published by them, and they had me record it, you know, and recite it over their radio station, over the fantasy radio. So that was fun. And yeah, that volcano build's so great. I've done scripting classes there and all kinds of events. Now here you're looking at Sakurajima. And this is Frankie Antonella wanted to get in touch with her roots. She was born in Japan, but didn't grow up there. And so Andy built this grid for us that's set in Japan. And you can see it strikes a mood on the left. You know, it's very evocative. But on the right, we're having Thanksgiving. And instead of turkey, we're having crab and lobster and and all kinds of things. And of course, enjoying our kimonos and thinking about the Emma, thinking about the little thoughts and prayers and our wishes for the future, for strengthening our world. So then I did a talk for the nonprofit commons. And of course, I talked about what is your social good story? No matter what walk of life you're in, think about all the things you do that are so magical. Do you ever write that down? And do you ever share it with others? And will it persist long after we have these experiences? That's what I'm thinking about here is how do we tell those stories? Now, I did a funny one, and I don't have an image of it. It's character strengths and storytelling, and it was based on Dr. Stricker's work with the military on leadership. And of course, we featured the movie Gladiator. So we took the story of Marcus Aurelius and, you know, all the characters from the movie Gladiator, of which some of them were not so hot, right, when it comes to character. And so, of course, I even featured Mr. Bean in there for a little bit of humor. But to think about why do these things matter? Why should we worry about what our strengths are and how we work with others and where we're going with all this? Then years ago, I was trying to explain to education why these worlds matter, why they're not just art and they're not just, you know, a social space. They're actually a space that touches the heart. And so I looked at our classes as they were doing their final presentations, and Barbara was doing one during this. She was my student at that time. This was like 2013, 2014, actually 2013, because she graduated then. And I called it the Renaissance of a Master Storyteller, Constructivist and Futurist. And in it, my students had created 2 waves of builds. One wave was about the Greek gods, right? And so they had the labyrinth, they had all these games and puzzles and things with stories that drove you through it, you know, to find the clues and to win prizes. That you'd win your wings to be Daedalus and fly off into the sun, which maybe isn't such a great prize when you think about it. But and then Barbara took on Pandora's Garden and talked about the evils in the world and whether they're truly evil or not. I know, what a great thought, huh? And while she's giving her presentation, it's set in a garden. Of course, there's media on a prim along the walls, there's artwork, there's statuary, there's, you know, incredible things to look at. But while she's talking, she activated her avatar switch and she became the phoenix, a bird on fire. And that was so amazing. We had guests from other faculty. We had students from past classes who had graduated. We had people from all over coming to this event because it bridged outside the boundaries of a class and outside the boundaries even of our university. We were connecting across time, and it just really felt important. You know, it felt like a very special moment. So, and I'm almost ready to wrap on my stories, but I have one more. So, as we think about these cultural stories, and some of our students created an entire build, an entire region, and all of it was on one reser. And it would res 2 Mayan temples, it res the underworld. It was one of the largest and most ambitious things we'd ever done. Maybe some of you have done entire region grid resing, but it was pretty wild for me. And of course, we made it all collaborative, so it was all full permission, so we could adjust each other's scripts and make sure that everything was working and link, you know, resolve all the linking issues, etc. And in it, we even had that little game where, you know, the 2 teams are playing a form of football, right? But the team that wins, the captain loses his head, you know. So, you know, I don't know about whether winning is always a good idea, you know. So anyway, but cultural things, thinking about, you know, where we're going. And the last one I want to tell you is something that touched my heart. My school was about to downsize because of Obamacare. And so everyone was going to become an adjunct, right? Instead of full time. So we weren't going to have health benefits and things were going to change. And so I was working with my students and I thought about this and I said, am I still relevant? Do I still matter? You know, and so I looked at this Twilight Zone called The Changing of the Guard is the name of it. And if you've never seen it, it's about an aging professor who teaches his students poetry. And he's quoting all these favorites of mine that I quote too. And when they tell him he's being retired, he's devastated. And he goes off with a gun and he stands before the statue of Horace Mann, you know, this innovator and thinker. And he proceeds to think about killing himself when all of a sudden the bells ring. And he's called back to the classroom, even though it's Christmas, even though everyone is left, he knows they're gone, but the bells are ringing. So he runs to class, and there before him are the ghosts of his students, his former students. And he starts thinking about them because they're not in his current class. So it's not like they just returned. And as he looks at them, he realizes that all of them are dead and that all of them had done incredibly brave things. Some of them had done it for science. Some of them had suffered radiation. Some of them had found cures for malaria or diseases or whatever. They had participated in something very noble. And each of them told him that through his teaching, he had taught them courage and bravery and all the things that really mattered to them and gave them strength. And as a result, he's so moved by their stories that he's renewed in spirit. And he continues to mentor future students from retirement. He goes off no longer disenchanted with the change in state for his own profession. And I thought about that, and it gives me strength as I see my life changing. I now teach for 4 universities, so it turns out it's not that I'm irrelevant, it's now I'm all over the place making a difference. And so, yeah, exactly, Maria. So, and Anne and Galen, so it's so, this is what stories do to me, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, is they give you strength. You have this moment to be heroic and to overcome challenges that are they just feel defeating, right? Well, anyway, his story became my story, and I just wanted to share that with you. I can't remember if it's from season 1 or season 2 of Twilight Zone, but it's just amazing, really. And of course, my students got together with me, 11 of them, and presented it through the virtual world and through their own story action for the TCC Hawaii conference. And so it became all of our stories, not just mine. And I want to thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Well, thank you for coming. And I didn't mention this at the beginning, but you guys all came at the last possible minute, and we appreciate it so much. This is such a great topic, and especially right now, it is so relevant for the world. And I want to thank you all very much for coming here. I have some questions for you, but before I get into that, if anybody, if anybody has questions that they want me to ask the panelists, you can please put them in the chat, in the local chat, and I will ask them out loud so we get them on the video. But I have some questions for you, for anybody who can answer. So you guys have talked about a few different virtual environments. I heard you mention Sciencebase and Unity, and of course OpenSim and Second Life. So if I am a writer who is maybe not that technically inclined, not that I am, but say if I was, what would you recommend as a good environment in which to start creating interactive environments for storytelling or as adjuncts to our storytelling? Can anybody jump in on that?
Well, this is Donna Galen. What I would first say is you're probably a little more technically inclined than you think. And the second thing that I would say is to explore platforms. I spent quite a few years exploring platforms, some that no longer exist now. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Caneva or Open Cobalt, or I was early into Second Life, early into OpenSim. But you can do so much with a story with just a few objects. And so explore the different ways that you can not only interact with your virtual environment, but different ways that you can act on your virtual environment. And I say that specifically because as much as I love the Mist and Uru stories, when we first went into the 3D world of Uru and we told our stories around the history of that civilization, we weren't really able to act on our environment. And so look at the different ways that you can act on your environment. Can you even bring in or can you res a cube? Can you res a tree? If you can, you've already got something to talk about. So start there and don't worry too much about your technical acuity, really. Just tell your story with what you have is what I would recommend.
What about creating environments for the most possible access? Because OpenSim has a high learning curve. If I want to share a link to my environment, it's kind of difficult to do. I have to explain to people how to install a viewer, how to create an avatar, how to get an account on a grid, how to hypergrid over to my world. What would you recommend for that situation?
Well, this is Anne. I think any access to a virtual world is going to involve that kind of a gateway. Lately, I've been exploring AR with the hopes of bringing some of my elements into the real world, and that's a little bit more accessible because people can do it on their phones. So that was where you might want to start, is with an AR platform, and then evolve it into a VR platform.
Yeah.
And to comment on the first question, if you're not that technically oriented, I would advise Second Life, because there's just so much content that you could buy or get for free, so you don't really have to worry about building anything.
Right, right. Yeah,
And
I was
Kitely's
planning.
the same way too.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
go to the
Science
Triton
Base is
market
getting there
and just
too.
grab everything. Another question I have is about designing interactive characters. And I don't know if you guys have them in your environments, but I've seen some other writers in OpenSim, namely the writers on Nara's Nook, who have done some amazing work, use interactivity and chatbots to let users interact with avatars. Have you done that? Is this something that's accessible to an average writer?
Sure. Yes, this is Anne. I'm sure. I've scripted chatbots and given them dialogue. The hardest part is thinking up what they're supposed to say, not really programming them. They're especially OpenSim, which I think has it's a little bit easier to sort of add stuff in on that level. But it's also interesting to have chatbots talking to each other. It get going very fast. But I think it's good. I mean, especially if you want to have your own little virtual muse.
Somebody asked how you see the relationship between your academic writing and such as like publishing papers and the creative side of your writing.
This question for Lear?
I guess you
Yeah, I was
all
gonna say,
do academic
yeah.
writing and creative writing.
Oh, sure, sure. So restate the question again, because I have to admit, the dog next door is banging at the door.
Is there a relationship
Uh-huh.
between the kind of writing you do academically and the writing that you do more creatively?
That's a really great question. After doing a few books and thinking at first to tell the story of research, I realized that's not what's interesting to people. What's interesting is how they can experience it, why it matters, and how they can extend it or take it into the future. So we make contributions, right? And we tell the stories about them, but the stories have to be first interesting, and secondly, inspire future scholars to continue the work or to advance the discoveries, because otherwise it's this stagnant little thing that only is a moment in time. And instead, we want it to be to gain momentum and to inspire others.
Yeah, and I would just like to jump in here very quickly. As far as what I have done a little bit, and it's still in my mind to do more of it, is to actually create a region, say in OpenSim, and I had started to do this also in Kitely, and that virtual environment is the article that I'm publishing. And there's, of course, in the same way that you write a lateral story, whatever you encounter, there's a note card in there. There's links that you can look at from it. I even had literal footnotes where there was a piece of parchment underneath your foot when you sat down. It was literally a footnote. And in there was the actual, historical references. They were, academic references. So when we think of it in that way, it's very possible to do. I think it's going to become a whole genre of publishing, is the virtual world itself.
I totally agree with you. It's such an amazing field. And we're seeing it not just in virtual worlds like Second Life, but I've talked to people who write for video games and on that side of it. And they're turning into scripted, complex narratives with complex characters and character arcs. And it's just, but with interactivity. So it's really interesting to see. And I think you guys who are researching this and helping create this whole genre are doing amazing work. Thank you. So if anybody wants to see the slides, I posted the link here, bit.ly.com/OSCC21-creativity. And I'm going to add some of the other links that people mentioned during their presentation to these slides, because it's a Google Doc, so we can change it and add stuff to it. I want to thank everybody here for coming. You guys are awesome and so inspiring. I personally feel inspired by you, and I hope our audience is as well. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love the buckets of popcorn.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, An Easy-to-Implement OpenSimulator Front-End with WordPress and W4OS. Our speaker is Magic Ollie. Magic is an infographist from Belgium. His early work was the creation of one of the first CMSs. He works in web design, web development, and network management. Early on, he embraced 3D worlds and created Speculoos World in 2011. He developed some in-house solutions for Speculoos Grid, including an installation setup for Debian, enhanced some existing solutions like a unified set of helper scripts, and contributed to the OpenSim core. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks everybody for coming. My name is Magic Ollie. We said that. Today I will speak about our project W4OS, which means WordPress for OpenSimulator, and I tend to say Way for Us, or Way for Us. Makes sense. But first, let me tell you how we got there. The OpenSimulator setup journey. Download and install. What could go wrong? Well, first, there are a huge lot of configuration files, but that's not the main problem. They are well documented. The problem comes from when you try to add features. They come from plenty of different places, use different languages, different protocols, and it's not always easy to find the latest ones. And for a public grid, the first feature you'll want to add is online registration. Sorry. Here again, there are several existing tools, last updated somewhere between yesterday and 10 years ago. When we started the project, there were none for the most popular CMS, WordPress. By none I mean there was something, but just a bit of code split in several different Git repositories, nothing ready to use. So not only did I want to have a solution meeting my needs, but also I wanted an easy solution to be available for everyone. So why do I want to make a single solution, the website and the online registration? Yeah, I won't speak long about that, but mainly for uniformity. And also a one-stop shop for all web utils is a really cool thing. Avoid as much as possible installing stuff from different sources. After that, it will make it easier in the future to use grid data to make dynamic contents on the website. And of course, there is the integration of commerce solutions, which are really easy to implement on WordPress. Social media, of course, and the professional look. The main thing is uniformity. Okay, so WordPress is one of the most popular CMS, so a lot of people would want to use this one as a first choice. You always find people ready to help you because a lot of people know it. It's free, open source, ready to use, nearly out of the box with a few skills. And it's a smooth learning curve, so you can start easy and then add feature. There is a huge catalog of additional themes and extensions, so it's ready for a small project, but also for a big project. Okay, our goals. A full solution, of course. That's the point of it. It's centralizing everything on the same place. Easy to set up. Okay, that's always a promise, but we try to do it. Importantly, theme agnostic. Some solutions come with pre-styled boxes or blocks, and if you use a different theme, it's a nightmare to override everything. So we go the other way. We make it as simple as possible and let the theme do the stuff. Same thing for the e-commerce. We don't want to implement the e-commerce inside. We just want the plugin to be ready for existing e-commerce solutions. And of course, it must work for grids, for standalone, hypergrid or not, free or commercial. Okay, that was long before going to the real point, but no. What's the status of Way for us right now? What do we have already ready? Grid info and grid status. That's the first thing you want. You see the examples on the right of two different blocks of grid status, one with the simple theme of WordPress, the other one customized for a Speculoos website. You can use blocks, you can use shortcodes for those who already know WordPress, sidebar widgets, and there are also admin dashboards to see the main most important things when you come in your admin section. Next, yeah, the splash page. It's included and you can customize it, but it's included with the latest news and of your website and the grid info blogs. After that, you can do what you want, whatever you want. Okay, now the big stuff. Avatar registration. User can register. They can choose an initial avatar, which you set up when you from the admin console. You create your default account. You just choose what is the name. It's default by default, and yeah, that's it. So they come involved with they are not root, or at least not root 1.0. You have web profiles. Profiles are available on the website with the basic info, the about text, the profile pictures. You can reserve some names, so public cannot use a name like default, admin, or even the name of your grid. So on Speculoos, you cannot register John Speculoos or admin Speculoos, anything, and the same. By default, it's blocked. For general use, of course, you can still create some from the admin console. And the other big stuff is the asset server. It's not a big picture because it's a big feature, but it's just one click. The asset server, it's not easy to install and it's needed by every website solution. So we integrated it, and it's just one click and it's automatically recognized and configured for the plugin. I'm very proud of that. There is also a basic configuration diagnostic. So when you go to the status page, you see if there are things wrong. Instead of the OK mark, there will be a sign. And it gives a few hints on where to change the settings in the ini file. It's based, sorry. It's based on the configuration, the robust configuration, because it is the place where it needs to be correct. So that was important, not to say on your website that the welcome page is welcome, and on your ini file to say it's splash, for example. Okay. There are other features. I will not cover them here, but they were the main ones, in my humble opinion. So that's it for the current status. And now in the future, we want a profile edit page with some parameters like forward mail messages or things that are not available in the viewer. Yeah, the one I cited is available on the viewer. But offline messages with mail forwarding, it's something we want, even if it's implemented in OpenSim, it still doesn't seem easy to configure. So it's a workaround solution, mostly for the mail forwarding. Same for the other helpers. Some are the available in OpenSim now. But yeah, for example, the currency. If you want to implement another one, yeah, everything. Maps must be there because you need to have maps on your website. After that, you have region controls for admin and for users. Full commerce integration, as it is now, it's already can use e-commerce via the user roles and capabilities. Don't know. But yeah, we want more efficient commerce integration with the products, templates, file, and things like that. I put it on the wrong place on the list, but for admin region controls and user region control, we need to have a remote server connection. For now, we only use database. So to start and stop a server, we need to implement the connection direct to the server. But the goal was not to change too much from the initial setup of OpenSimulator. That's why we went on the database way. And really, I think I really want to see in the future is decentralized service. But this is a big project, and it will be probably implemented with integration of other tools. But the goal would be for different grids to be able to talk together and share or not their search results and things like that. In the integration, we will integrate our own other projects, including the To-Do IP Events project, which is a fork of the IP Events, the initial now defunct project. So we made a fork. It seems to work well, and it allows people to share events. So, but it will be integrated to be so it can be used inside the viewer. For now, it's just via events boards. We have also a teleport board which could use info from the server with the regions and the regions names and things like that. Okay. I think I covered the most important. Now you just need to see it in action. So I've set up a demo grid, and it's already in use, of course, for our own website. If you want to try and create test accounts, just use the demo so it doesn't mess up our statistic. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much. You can download the plugin from the WordPress directory or from GitHub or from our website. And we try to make it good. It's speculoos.world, not .org. It's wayforus.org and speculoos.world.
Speculoos.world. Okay, well, we might have time for one question. Otherwise, that was very interesting, and I look forward very much to seeing more development about this. Okay, thank you, Magic, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5:00 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled OpenSimulator as a Distributed System, the Future of the Metaverse. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation OpenSimulator as a Distributed System, the Future of the Metaverse. Our speaker is Michael Christopher. Michael is the CEO of Digital Multiverse Incorporated, a company formed to provide unified virtual and mixed reality business environments. His path to this position was starting early, doing computer repair, studying software engineering, and going into project management to create a comprehensive hosted virtual office solution for startup companies to use. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, the session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here and see you all again. Well, I can't actually see you because I kind of had to hack my way back in through the tornado. But you know what I mean. Since we all already know what we're here for, let's just jump right in. I don't think many of you missed the news from Facebook where the publicly came out in support of the metaverse as the next frontier. Most of us have known this was coming for quite a while, and that's why this event already exists. And as Maria mentioned, there's a lot of new visitors to a lot of grids, and I expect that's just going to continue to increase. Between the robust and the hypergrid, OpenSim is already essentially a distributed system. Facebook's commitment to support the metaverse should make a significant contribution to the global awareness adoption of the concept. But there are things that we need to do to ensure that the metaverse stays open to anyone on any platform without the need to sacrifice data and privacy rights to any company to get you there. Did a lot of laughing listening through because a lot of people touched on a couple of things I'm going to say over the last day. Let's start with the end user's experience. The average end user, a home user, they just don't want to learn how to install and configure a viewer. And that's one of the biggest reasons for them not to already be here. It looks to me like the sim on a stick fork is the best format to use for that end user. Lets each user hold their avatar and inventory locally and have their own home space that they log into and start from. And anywhere else they're going to would be a teleport or a hypergrid dump. That part's pretty easy. We just, well, I say easy from the user perspective. Development, we just need to port that over to that hardware, which might not be quite as easy of a task, but that's what we're tackling. Give me just a moment. I seem to have gotten the wrong note here. Okay. So the next obvious step is the viewer port for that immersive gear that lets users come straight into the OpenSimulator grid with off-the-shelf hardware and software. So obviously intercompatibility with the hypergrid matters, and so using a direct port of a core branch should make that easier to keep up to date and interoperable. When you're going on to directory services, one of the bigger elements for businesses to be concerned about. We already had the hypergrid for jumping from world to world. Maria's already got a good list at Hypergrid Business News, and we already have default grid lists built into the viewers. For a more cohesive integrated experience, couldn't we just integrate that grid list directly with the landmark system to give new avatars that initial list of sites to jump straight to? And on the persistent grid server side, they can just maintain the list of other grids, public regions, possibly even with a short description of the region, so that users can connect to a single world of their choice to then search for the type of content they're looking for across the metaverse. Several people have already mentioned blockchain, crypto concepts. I know there's at least one already specifically designed to index blockchain data for searchability. We could explore tying those together explicitly, or just using a similar concept. I think somebody mentioned earlier Sand and Mana, Decentraland, and what's their name? Working on the centralized, unified digital currency. We know that something is needed because a lot of our creators and users are not using the same currency. So I'm not going to take a lot of time on that subject because that's well covered. The only real relevance is how it relates to what businesses need to make use of virtual reality. Two of the biggest needs are ownership and security of company assets and the environment being persistent, continuously available to its employees. That means monitoring and maintenance of the servers, keeping their users' information secure, environment accessible, content updated. Sounds a lot like any flat web server today, doesn't it? As many of you know, we at Digital Multiverse have been working on business applications for virtual and augmented reality for years, ever since we realized there was no provider to rent a hosted office, virtual office solution from for a startup that had partners all over the place that wanted to work together. We got our first offices up in our own world pretty quickly, but to make our office fully usable for what we were working on at the time, we had to find a way to bring the Apple desktop into OpenSimulator that wouldn't be prohibitively expensive, because some things you just need to work on an Apple, at least as a developer. Once we had that identified, of course, we had to spend some time on that element as a separate component, because some companies just aren't ready for a full VR environment, but could still benefit from an Apple-based desktop as a service. Sure, you've all seen someone spill coffee on a workstation or a laptop. A fried MacBook costs a lot more to replace than a Chromebook or a Pocket PC. That solution is still in beta testing to get feedback before we release it, but it's working. One example of a consumer-facing business use for an OpenSim environment, we've got a simple model with no branding put up over in our booth, but the real business would have an actual model of their gym. Prospective members can look at the facilities and see, for example, the number of people at the gym, or the size of the pool room, or maybe looking at the layout of the equipment rooms, or what type of equipment they have. For members, selecting a piece of equipment would give them a list of options available to that user. For example, if they have the matching internet-connected exercise equipment at home, they could start a training session from there, working with their personal trainer directly, but remotely. Most of those equipment already have something built in, but they're all separate systems that often connect only with their trainers right now. So you might find yourself with half a dozen different trainers. Integrating through a gym would let you work with a single trainer on all your workouts. There are a variety of other elements, but I'll let your imagination take it from there for now. An office building, on the other hand, might well be employees only and provide an integrated real and virtual environment for that mix of some people working in person and some people working remote. They might even go the more eco-friendly route of putting their entire office environment in virtual reality, except for the server and record rooms, and have no cars driving back and forth, parking on big blacktop and concrete lots. With businesses being in VR and consumers having relatively easy access to VR, that makes the world much more at our fingertips than ever. You can travel to and see places you never would have time or resources to go to, work at companies around the world while still having the in-person personal interactions, and play with toys and tech before you buy them without having to watch a video of someone else and wait for that 1 second showing just what you want to see, or find a time to walk into a local store to get a demo. There'll be a progression of hardware to work through. Virtual VR gear and AR gear are still rather different, but that's where the Sim on a Stick mobile port would go. There's a lot of pieces that need to work together, and we've got a lot of people here working on quite a few of those directions. I just skimmed over a lot of really dense topics. So I'll go ahead and open the floor up here for questions. Who wants to start?
Well, MC, thank you for that introduction to the multiverse and this distributed system. So now, one of the questions that came in through a private chat was, where are we going with these interactive and interoperable components? Where do you see us taking this to the next level? We also have another question.
Right,
yeah, we have another question too, if you prefer. It's how do you detect folks in the gym, for instance?
Well, most gyms have a check-in desk, so when you come in, you're checking in, and then you check out on the way out. So at the base level, there's that. So when they check in, the system logs them in and puts an avatar in the gym. If the gym is equipped with cameras, with the right kind of cameras and software, then it could keep track of how many people are in each room automatically. Eventually, technology will be reasonably priced enough that they can put more precise motion tracking in if there was customer interest, but they'd have plenty of time for feedback before they were ready to try and implement that.
And Stephen spoke up and said that be using RFID, for example, as one of the technologies to integrate with. Any other questions? Yeah, he said jinxed. Any other questions for MC? Well, that first one was really kind of global. It was very broad in the sense of what do we think are the next steps to realizing this vision, MC?
I'm thinking the two directions. One being working on porting the Sim on a Stick fork into the VR viewers, and the other being working on the distributed directory system so that the end users can find their way between worlds more easily.
Now, do we have any feedback from any of the folks who've worked with the code or understand some of the limitations of this technology for use in a, when you say virtual reality, you mean on a head-mounted display device like the Quest 2 or one of those kinds of systems? Yeah.
Yeah, the Oculus system is the first models we're starting on. And then looking into the Vive and the HoloLens, the other lines after that.
Sun Tzu asks.
I see Sun's question.
Do you? Okay, great. Well, let's repeat it back for the recording. How would this compete with well-established technology that is already in place, like iFit?
It would be an integration rather than a competition. If you have or use iFit and have a gym membership, well, I can't answer that very clearly because I don't know iFit, but I can assume it's a fitness app, whether for remote training or tracking.
Now, Frank Ruloff notes that it will not wear for 8 hours, so there's a time limitation. And I see Kaylee West adds, I've heard that Peloton has become a thing in the US in terms of exercise in virtual environments. How would what MC envisages, how would that differ?
That you would be able to work with the trainer of your choice. For example, a single trainer at your local gym that you do all your workouts with, rather than just that equipment.
So it's this notion of interoperability with a variety of different kinds of equipment.
Yes. Rather than trying to compete and replace everybody, make everything work together.
Well, thank you. Are there any other questions before we conclude this session? It certainly stimulates our thinking as to what are the limitations, what are the opportunities, and of course, there are going to be barriers, you know, so don't think of it as everything's going to integrate smoothly immediately. That would be very ambitious, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
so you're really doing a call to action to start thinking in an interoperable way. But the difficulty, of course, is all these independent ways of, you know, the lack of standards across a lot of appliances, right?
Yeah. That's a very good summary.
Well, thank you, MC. I don't see any other questions coming in, and I don't. We want to thank you for your informative and valiant presentation. So let's see. As we wrap this session, as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which is at 5:30 p.m., and it's a tour of the Barbara Truman Planetarium with myself and Spinoza Quinnell. Now, we also encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presenters and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all 6 of the OSCC Expo regions. Right after the planetarium session, we have 3 hours of music on the OSCC music stage. So stay tuned. We're ready to party. But first, thank you again to MC, our speaker, and to you, the audience.